So hello everyone, my name is Benson. So basically today we'll be building Google Clone plus also Google Lens. So basically on our page, this is our home page right here. So basically we'll be having that is the both of all the themes, that is light, and also you'll be having the system theme also, which will be the default one, and also we'll be having Google Lens clone. As I have said, basically you will be using Uploadthing to make sure you have the image URL so that the user can be able to upload the image. Also the user can paste the image URL right here. So let's have a quick demo of this clone. So also this project have been deployed using Vercel, so we also run that. Also the project have been also we also show you how to push your project to GitHub. So let's search for the for Google, something like Google, and then since we are using a wait, you just give it a second so that we can be pushed to our to our home page or our search page here. So here you can see you can also be able to search from here, and then here you will be having image, that is the image, that is the images news, and also we'll be having the video. So here we have all the images. We'll be using machinery, that is React machinery, to make sure that we have this beautiful image grid here. So basically also we have the news. So we also have the news and the video, whereby for the news here we'll be having the dates also, and also that is when the news have been posted, and also you can also be able to visit by clicking. And also we have the videos. The videos coming from different kind of video, basically coming from YouTube. Here you can see coming from YouTube, coming from Yahoo, and also when you scroll down you can see when you refresh or when you search from different kinds, you can also be able to have your videos from that is from Facebook, YouTube. So for the to play the video, we'll be using that is React Prayer. Also that is a good library to work with. So let us show you how we will be working with that is Uploadthing. So the first thing here, you can also be able to upload an image. So let us deploy our first image. So for the image, I just choose a kind of an image here. I will choose this image here, and then I just hit upload. Okay, and then now we'll be pushed to our to our lenses page, and then here you can see we have the URL, and then here you have been pushed to our to our lenses page here. So basically you can see we have this beautiful page just like when you have on lenses, that is on lenses, Google lenses. Okay, so also here we'll be having the same thing since we also have some kind of different header here. So also here let me show you when you have we can paste the link. So copy this one and just copy image address, and then here we can just paste the image address right there, and then hit search. So now now you can see we have the image right here, and also we have the image that have been searched, and all the images result that we have. So that will be the project that we'll be building. So basically we'll be using that is React Next, that is React 18. We'll be using also Next.js 14, Tailwind without leaving Tailwind behind, and also we'll be working with the Uploadthing, React Machinery, React Prayer. We'll be working with some other beautiful packages to work with. So basically let's meet on the next part of the video where we'll be setting up the project. So to get started, you can create a folder on any directory. So here I have created a folder here that is Google Clone. So we need to drag and drop it inside our VS Code or any editor that you choose. So just drag and drop. So then we need to open open this URL here, that is Next.js.org. That is organization. So here, to get started, we need to set up our project, that is our Next.js project. So what we can do, you need to have already installed, that is Node.js. So if you haven't installed, you should search for that is Node.js here, and then make sure you visit the page and make sure you download that is the recommended versions right here. So don't download this one because it is still being patched up. So make sure you install the recommended for the most users. So let me close this one. So now, since you now you have the Node.js, now we need to copy this command right here. So just copy it like that, and here we can just say yes, we trust the author. And then here, what we can do, let me maximize this one. Here you can just open your terminal here through here, that is terminal, then new terminal. Or what you can do is just hit the Ctrl J, that is Ctrl J command, and then you will be able to open your terminal. So just give it a moment. Okay, just give it a moment. Okay, just give it a moment like that. I want to paste the command here. So let me first hide my sidebar. So let's paste the command here. So since now we are inside our that is our Google clone folder, what we need to do is type the following, that is then stroke forward, that is the forward stroke, and then hit enter. Since we want all the Next.js files and folders to be created inside our Google clone folder. So then hit enter. So here we are going to be prompted with a few questions which we need to answer. So let me zoom in a bit so that we can see everything. Then let me hide my sidebar. Then give it a moment so that it can pop up the question. So here you can just type why, so we can so that we can proceed. So here, would you like to use TypeScript? So we're gonna say yes, and then slint you can say yes also. And then for TailwindCSS, make sure you also say yes. We're going to style our project using TailwindCSS as you have talked about, but for src directory we are going to say no. Then of course for the app router we are going to say yes. And then here, if you know how to do this, that is customize the import alias, you can do that, but for us we are going to say no. And then here we are going to Next.js, that is Next.js command is going to install all of these packages or dependencies right here. So just give it a moment. For me, I'm going to pause the video so that it can finish installing the dependency, then I'll get back to it. So now you can continue. Basically what we are going to be doing now, we are going to run our project since it have finished installing all the dependencies, and then we are going to discuss a bit about routing as well as we create our routes. So basically what we can do now is create our terminal, that is CLS. You can type CLS or you can type clear, that is clear, like so. So let me minimize this one and like this. So to run our app, we are going to type this command. So that is npm run dev, like that. Then our project is going to spin on the localhost. So as we continue now, what we can do now is search for route on our documentation, that is next.js.org documentation here, that is Ctrl K. Can come here and hit Ctrl K, and then here you can search for routes. So that is routes, like that. So here you can see all the necessary documentation about routing, so you can go through all of them, but I'm going to summarize them in the simplest way as possible. And but basically I'm going to discuss mostly what you are going to be using, and then we can discuss much further when on our next project, which would be much bigger than this one. So I just wanted to show you the documentation so you can go through it. So our project has been up on the localhost. So the first thing we need to know is where our localhost or where the root is. So basically when you come here, you can see here you have the root layout. So let me zoom a bit. So let me zoom in a bit. So sorry. So here you can see that is the root route. So basically here you can see the root route here as it have been written here. So let me maximize this one a bit. So here you can see the root segment of the root route. So basically you can see it right there. So that is where the localhost itself is running. Basically the first page that that have shown on our localhost. So that is our first route, basically have been created for us. So what you need to be able to change this one here is heading over to your app, and then here under app you can be able to see page. So when you come here on the documentation, you can see here what page.js does, or page, that is page.ts, page.jsx or .tsx is used to make the route segment publicly accessible. So here that is the main importance of the page.js, which you are going to be using throughout the project. So here you can remove everything inside here, and you can have just a simple div. And then here you can say, and then we can remove the image, we won't need it. So sorry about that. So, and then you can save, and then with that you have been we have been able to edit this page right here. So here you can see. So don't worry about the background. If yours is on light mode, or as it is on dark mode as mine it is because of a code that we have here on our global.css here. So when you open global.css here, you can see here you have this class here, which is the preferred color scheme, which is dark. That is why mine is dark, because my system is running on dark mode. So we'll discuss about this, but you can also remove everything inside here as well. Just leave the Tailwind config, sorry, the Tailwind classes right here. So let me close this one. So now you can see we have the light dark the light theme. So we are going to automatically change this as we have on our project right here. Yeah, we can be able to navigate between all the three themes. So now I want us to talk more about the route. So initially here you can see we have the root segment, or the root route. So basically that is the root route, which is basically created for us, which is on the root of your app. So what about if we want to create our own that is our own route? So basically on our project we are going to have, that is the lenses. Basically what you need to do to create a route, you need to create a new folder and name it lenses. So we are going to have this this route. So create it like so. So inside here, when you navigate to, so let me zoom in a bit. So when you navigate to lenses, without creating the page.tsx or page.jsx or .tsx, you won't be able to see anything. You'll be getting a 404, that is because the page is not publicly accessible. So to make it public accessible, you need to create that is a page.tsx inside here, that is page.tsx, that is page.tsx, and then we need to run RAFCE, that is RAFCE, and then we need to name this to rename it to lenses, so, and then you can remove the react. So now will be able to see the changes here. We'll be able to display the lenses here as we have here. So I want to mention the extension that I have used to spin up this component that first. So basically you can head over to your extension right here and then search for that is search for what ES7. You can search for ES7. So here it is, ES7 plus, here it is. So you make sure you install this one. So when we change this one to RAFCE, you can see here you can be able to run the project to spin up the page very fast. So here you can see you have the page. So you can rename this one. So I just hold Alt like so, and then I'll name this one to lenses page like so. So here you should get that change, that is lenses page like so. So that is how you create a route in Next.js. So but I want to try something. So here I want to search for something like happy, and then hit search. As it loads, let me close this one. So as I demonstrated earlier, you'll be able to see that we have, so here you can be able to see, so let me maximize this one a bit, so sorry, like so. So here you can be able to see we have this header here, and then we have this category header right here. So let me use this one. So you can see here we have this header here, here, right? So like so, and then we have this one here. So as we design this one, you'll be able to see we have these two headers. So here you can be able to see we have this one and this one. So basically we need to be able to use them whenever we switch between all images, news, or videos. So how can we do that without maybe using use state as we have been using earlier? So let me close this one now. Okay, so we can do that using something a technique in Next.js, that is group routing or route grouping. So you can hit Ctrl K and search for route grouping. Sorry, I wasn't typing anywhere, sorry for that. That is route grouping or route groups. Here you can click on them, and then you can see how you can do that throughout here. So for route grouping, what you need to be able to know is just one thing. You need to create a folder. Like in our case, we are going to have this folder whereby we are going to call it Google search. So what we need to be able to know is that this folder's name should be inside parentheses. That makes it a route group. That is what makes it recognizable in Next.js as a route group. So also it is important to mention that this this route group will not be a route. When you try, maybe you try doing something here. Okay, when you try even having a page.tsx or page.search, and then try to navigate inside here, that is using this name here, you won't we won't be able to see anything here. So it is important to mention that because it is not a route itself. So to create a route itself, what you need to do is first create a layout. So that is wrapping all the route inside this route group with a layout, that is layout.tsx, and then we are going to spin it up using ES7. Then we are going to call this one search, that is search layout, like so. So this search layout is going to accept some props, that is that is one prop, which is children, and then these children will have the following props, that is children, and then we are going to have it as react dot, that is dot react node. Okay, so and then here it is going to accept children. Okay, so now what we need to do now inside here, inside our, that is, so let me expand this one a bit, then let me minimize this one, so that is already marks. So now what you need to do is create our route inside here. So our first route will be all, and then also we are going to have another one which will be images, and then we are going to have news, and then also we are going to have videos. Okay, and then this one we can name this one small, all, like that. Then we need to create a page.tsx here inside here, so that it can be public accessible to our users. So then we can just spin it up, and then change this one to all page, like so. And then inside here also we can have page.tsx, then spin it up, then here we are going to say images page. So let me close this one and just leave this one here, and then second lastly we are going to have that is the page, that is page.tsx, like so. This one will be for news page, and then we can remove the react, and then lastly we can have that is the video.tsx, like so. Then we can say videos page, like so. Then we can save. So we can close this one also, and this one. So I want to demonstrate what I mean, that that is our search page here is going to have both head, the main header and the subheader here. So what you can do, since we don't have the components yet, we can have a comment, or we can just say main header, and then down here we can say sub header, and then we can try to navigate one of our route inside here. So what I explained earlier, we shouldn't go inside, that is inside Google search. So when you try going inside Google search, you get a 404 also, because this one is not a route. So basically after it finishes loading, you see here you get a 404. So you need to navigate to one of the routes that we have created here. For now we can navigate to all. So all is what we have here. So here you can see is what we have here, that is stroke all. So it is the same thing that we have here. You can see here we have the main header and the sub header. So here is how our header are going to line up. So you can try putting them in a p tag, and then they can be in a flex call. Okay, so here you are going to have the main header, and then we are going to have the sub header. So we can continue from there, whereby we are going to start by building this page right here, whereby we are going to have this main header here. Sorry, we are going just a simple header, and then we are going to have this Google and the search in the middle, that is in the center, and then the footer. So let's meet on the next one. So we'll start by building the homepage. So this is the homepage right here. So basically the homepage has three sections that we are going to deal with. That is the header, the body here, and then also we have the footer here. So but first thing first, you can see here we have a different background. So that is the background background color. So to change this background to our desired color, we can head over to app, that is up, sorry, and then that is up, and then layout. Under layout here, we can start by renaming our project here by saying Google clone, like so, and then maybe right here you can just say the same thing. It is your choice. You can choose any, and then we need to have a dynamic, that is a dynamic template here. So I will have a dynamic template like so. Then I will make sure this one is inside a curly bracket like so. Then I will make it a dynamic string like so. Then inside here we need to have a background color, that is BG, of hash, that is capital F of 5 Fs, so 5 Fs, and then we can have for dark, so we'll have dark. So basically when you come over to, that is TailwindCSS here, we'll have to define dark mode here. So that is inside config. We need to define the dark mode. So we can say dark mode like so. Then we need to pass in the classes, which should be inside an array like so. Then you can just save everything like that. So and close that one. Now we can have the dark. So on the dark side we'll be having, that is a BG, of that is array brackets, so that is square bracket, sorry, and then you can say hash 20, or we can say 20, 21, and then 24 so that will be the color that we'll have. That is 20, that is 202124. That will be our color, our dark color. So we can save, so, and then you can head over here. So let's load. It was asleep for a bit, and then I can close this one also. So so you won't be able to see much change, but if we remove this one here and then you can just have the dark color, now we'll be able to see the changes. Now you can see the change. Now you can see we have that dark color. So now we can continue. Let's close this one. Later on we are going to have the dark mode, don't worry. I will close this one. Then I want us to start by building our, that is our home page. So under home page, so we can go to localhost. So this one is not localhost. We can go to localhost, whereby we'll be able to see a simple div and then Google clone, as you can see here. So that should be under your app, then you should be able to see the page.tsx. okay, so so here what we need to do first, I need us first to install our icons. So let me open another terminal right here. So the icons that we'll be using that is React icons. So right here you can choose either one of these, but I will be choosing this since I also want to show you how we can search. So maybe we can say, maybe you want to search for something like Flask, or maybe dark, or system here, or any. You can search for it right here. You can say dark, okay, and then you can be able to see the results, and then you can choose whatever you want. Also, if you want Flask, like so, you can see. So it is a simple package to work with. That's why I'll be using it throughout my all my projects. And then here, just to copy it, you can see here you can be able to work with it by just importing it this way, this simple icon, and then rendering the icon this way. Sorry, and just rendering the icon this way. Okay, so it also works with different backgrounds. So here you can see you have this one on the light, on the dark mode, maybe on the grayish dark mode, and there you can see all of the colors. So that is why I'll be using this this package throughout my whole tutorials, so that because it's one of the amazing packages to work with. So let me minimize this one, and then we can continue and just say npm install, that is or install, we can say React icons, like so. So and then so here for our div here we can change it, and we'll be having the main tag, like so. And then inside here we can start by having our header, like so. So let me hide my my sidebar. Okay, so it's almost finishing installing the package. So and then here you can have our header tag, and then inside here we'll be having two simple tags, that is two simple p tags. And then first, so what I have done here, I've just hold that is Shift Alt and then duplicate the downward arrow key if you want to duplicate downwards. If you want to duplicate upwards, you can hold the upwards arrow key, like so. Okay, so it have finished installing. We can hide our terminal, so that is Ctrl J, and then here we can just say Gmail, like so. And then inside here we can just say we want to have the images, like so. So the next one will be having we can just leave it as so, and you can say theme. We'll be having the theme, and then we'll be having the theme, and then lastly we can have the icon. So here the first icon will be IO, that is IO Flask, that is Flask, like so. So here it is. So you can also come here and search for that is Flask, that is IO Flask. You can choose either one of these. So maybe I don't know, I think I used this one here. Yeah, I used this one here. So you can copy it, click on this either, so you can click, copy like that, or copy it as so and then you can see here, so it's that simple to work with. Okay, and then here we can have a height, we can have class name, can have class name, then we can have a height of 6 and a width of 6. Okay, and then you can duplicate this one, since we want to have another icon here, which will be TB, that is TB grid, that is grid dots, like so. So here it is also imported, and then we can just save. So let's see if we should be having what we expect here. Okay, so after the header, so here they are. Okay, and then after the header here, we'll be having the body, and then after that we'll be having the footer, so let's first style this header here. You can say class name, and then we can give it flex, and then we can also give it float right. So we want all of these to be on the right, so you can see here they are all on the right, and then you can give it a gap of 4, and then a padding of 4, and then continue. You can have text of LG, and then also you can have item center. So sorry, I forgot to show you another extension that I'm using. So here you can see I have autocomplete for my that is TailwindCSS, and then here when I hover on this, you can see here I have these classes which I am using, that is item center, I have it, and also when I am autocompleting here, let's say here this one, you can be able to see also this one, I have the classes right here on the right. So to be able to use that is the Tailwind, that Tailwind extension, you can head over to your extensions here, and then here you can search for Tailwind IntelliSense. So search for Tailwind IntelliSense. So here it is. So make sure you install this extension, and then you will be able to ease your work while using this extension. So let's continue. So, and then after item center, we are going to have a margin top of 5, and then we are going to have relative, and then last we are going to have a Z of 40. So now we can save. I believe everything should be on the right, like so. So now you can see everything is on the right, well designed. And then now we can open our items right here. So I would like to close my my app, and then I would like to create a new folder on the root of the project. So I will right click outside or outside all the items. So basically you can click package JSON, like so, and then click that is click new file. So I think this is much easier, and then click new click new folder, this is new folder here, and then can create components. like so, and then hit enter. So now we can close this one. So so for our first component, we are going to have, that is search form.tsx, which will be RAFC to spin it up. Okay, and then we can remove this one, and then we can also create another one, which will be the footer.tsx so, and then we can spin it up. Now we have the footer, so we can close both of them. Okay, so now we can import the search form. Okay, search form is coming from our components. So I'll separate my global imports with my local imports right here, and then also I'll be having the footer also coming from my components. So now you can save everything. Now you should be having them right here. So you can close this one now. Now we can head over to close everything, then collapse everything. Now we should be you can head over to component, that is components, and then under component we'll be starting with our search form, and then I will head my sidebar. So our search form will be having a form tag, that is a form tag, and then we'll be having an onSubmit function, like so. So now we can create a simple function here whereby you can say const onSubmit, that is onSubmit. Okay, like so. So just a simple function, and then we can say on submit, like so, and then we can have some classes for it. So it will be we'll be having item center, justify center, and then we'll be having a h screen, sorry, and then we'll be having flex, like so, and then flex call, that is will be in a block, and then last three we can have absolute, so that is that last three, and then we'll be having a width of full, and then a z of that, and then we can save everything. Now I believe we'll be having a changes whereby our form should be on the center right here. So we can also, sorry, okay, I forgot to do something. So let me open my sidebar here. So under my our app here we have our page.tsx, whereby we have rendered our search form here. So so our this component, sorry, this file, all this file here, whereby we have our main tag here is a server component by default. So that means we have imported a we should be importing a use grant, because we are using an onSubmit, or we are using a form tag inside of this search form. So that means this component should be a use grant. So we'll be converting this one to use grant by doing as we are told here. I believe we should be having, sorry, it is not there, but we should be saying use grant, and this should be fixing this issue right here, because we are using a onSubmit, which is in a form tag, whereby it is expected to be use grant. So now you can see we have the search form on the middle of our page. So now I can hide my sidebar, and then inside here I start by having a h1 whereby I just say Google, and then I can give this h1 some class name whereby I'll be having a text of 8xl, and then I will be having item center, and then after that I'll be having a div whereby I will be designing my input. So my input will be inside here. Okay, my input will be inside here, which will be of type search. Okay, and then so I can leave it at that, and then here we can design our div first, whereby we'll be giving the following classes, that is flex, margin top of 9, okay, and then we'll be having hover, that is hover of shadow LG, and then we can continue and have a dark BG of so that is a custom one of hash 303134. okay, so that is it. And then a BG sorry, on the light so that is on the light theme, we'll be having a hover of BG that also custom, which will be that is hash that is capital F, that is 5 of them. I'll be of white, so I think I missed one. Now it is okay now. And then after that we'll be having a focus, and that is focus within of shadow LG, and after that we'll be having rounded full. Okay, and then we can continue and have a border so, and then this border will be of the following color, that is border gray 200. okay, and then we'll be having on dark, we won't be needing the border, so we can say border none, like that. And then we can continue and have a px of 5. okay, and then a py of 3. And then we can also continue and have item center, and then now we can have the size of our search, that is our search input. So initially you want to give it a width of full, and also you want to give it a max, that is a max width of MD. So you can hover on all of these classes to see what they do. Here you can hover on it and see. So let's see. Okay, so here I have made a spelling mistake, so you can hover and see what it does here. So so this is what max width of MD does. So that is a max width of that is 448 px. okay, and then we can continue and also say on SM, that is SM small medium devices, we can have a max width of XL. okay, and then on large devices will be having that is a max width of 2XL. So we can save, and then we can continue whereby here later on, so here now we have the Google. okay, and then here we have the input. okay, so that so this is great. Now you can see on hover what we have, so it is a beautiful search. Okay, so I was discussing about of later we'll be having the file upload, that is file upload for our lenses. okay, so now we can continue and give these the following classes, give this input the following classes, So it will be a bg of transparent, and then we'll be having a focus, that is a focus of outline none. Okay, and then that is mx, that is margin left and margin right of that is margin right and margin left of 2, and then we'll be having a width of full. Okay, so now we can save that one. So okay, and then here before our input here we have the search icon. Okay, so we should be having it now. We should be having a search icon just before our input. So we can have the search icon whereby we can say ci search coming from that is React icons, and then we can give it the following class name, that is a h of 6 and a w of 6. Okay, and then to continue you can see you have other two icons here, whereby the one is this one is to set the Google Lens modal true. So, and then we have the voice which maybe we can have it later on during other versions. So we can have the two icons. So let me have the two icons. So that is bi solid of solid microphone. So this one here, and then we can give it the following classes, and then that is a h of 6 and a width of 6, and then we can duplicate also this one, and then this one can be bs, that is bs camera fill. Okay, so you should be having this these imports, 3 imports of our icons. So head back here, and then you can save, and then after this div right here, so after this div here, we'll be having another div. So this is this div here. So for these two buttons, so we'll be using only this one button, that is Google search. So we can give it the following class name. Okay, class name like that, which will be a margin top of 5, and then we'll be having flex and a gap of 4. That is a gap of 4. Then inside here we'll be having the two buttons. So I just duplicate them like so. This one will be having a type of submit like so. Then here we'll be just saying Google search, and then inside here we'll be saying I am, so that is I am. Okay, I am feeling lucky. So because we are using we are using TypeScript, so while deploying this project, this apostrophe here won't allow us to deploy our project. So we need to change this one to that is and operator here, and then we need to say apos, and then we need to have a semicolon like so. So this one will represent the apostrophe, so that we can be able to deploy our project. So that is because we are using TypeScript. So if you are in any case you are not using TypeScript, it would be okay to do it as we had done earlier. Okay, and then what we need to do now is design these two buttons. So I will hold Alt, and then also click right here on the other button. Okay, and then I will have the class name right here. Then I will be giving it a padding of 3. I'll be giving both of them the padding of 3, and then I'll be giving them bg, that is a custom bg of hash da, and then dc, then eo, that is eo, maybe 0, I think it is 0. Okay, yeah, it is 0. And then on dark mode we'll be having a bg, a custom one also of hash 3 0 3 1 3 4. Okay, so that is perfect. And then we'll be having rounded md. Okay, and then we can continue and also give it a cursor pointer. Okay, and then we can click escape. So when you head back here, so now we have the two buttons. So so now you can see the 2 buttons. So to continue now, I think the most important thing, we need to be able to get the input value. So to do that, we'll be using useState. So we'll be saying const search query. Okay, search query. Then we'll be saying set search query as so. So then we need to import our useState. So here it is, our useState. So that is const square bracket search query comma set search query close the square bracket equals to useState. Then we are setting it as initially as empty string. Okay, so now to get the value here, we can say value will be search query, and then here we'll be saying on change we'll be having the following, that is the event, and then we'll be having set search query as event.target.value. okay, so here we can start by having our, so let me separate these two. You can say submit function. Okay, then here, so whenever you click a button, it will reload the page, but to avoid that, we need to say but before that, I think we need to accept the event coming from our submit here. So this event, since we are using TypeScript, will be of type React dot form event. Then we specify which form event, which will be HTML, that is HTML element. Okay, and then here you can say event, that is event prevent default, and then we execute it as so. And then here I will be saying if we don't have the search query, then what we need to do is just return. So that means the function will end right here. Sorry, that means the function will end right here. Okay, the rest won't be executed. Okay, so we need to install another package whereby I would like us to convert to have a very special what can I say, a very special URL without maybe doing that much work. So this one can be done in 2 different ways. So let me show you the first way. the first way, then I can show you then I will show you the second way using the extension. So first we need to have the router, that is const router, which equals to use router, then we execute it. Router is coming from sorry, here it is not coming from next router as we are doing it earlier using the pages, but it is coming from navigation. So this now we can have the URL as follows. We can say router dot push, and then we can say dynamic template. So we want to push to which URL? So basically, remember on when we started, we created a few URLs. We created all images, news, and videos. So we need to push the user to all, that is stroke all. Okay. So what we can do here, we can say stroke all, then we can say stroke dynamic string, and then here we can say so we can remove this one, and then here we can have a question mark, and then we can have q, that is for query, then we can say equals to the dynamic string, which will be the search query. Okay, so this is the one of the easiest ways to do it, but we'll be doing it using an package which will be installing right here. I think it is much efficient and much easiest way to stringify our URL much without maybe having any issues whenever you make mistakes. Okay, so I will say npm I or install, we can say query, that is query dash string. So this one will help us to stringify our URL. So you can try this one, you can save and try this one. So I believe it have saved. So now you can say here maybe something like search, and then you can click the button. So I believe it should be redirecting the user to stroke all. Okay, let's refresh and see. Okay, then we need to have, we can say search. Okay, don't know what is going on. Let's see. Let's see if we have search. Let's see if we have the search. So you can console.log, that is search. Okay, so something is very wrong. So let me see first here. Let's see. Okay, so let me remove this one first. Let's see. So I believe this one. Okay, I have seen the issue. Okay, so this is debugging my mistakes right here. So I have said if we have the search query, we should return and not execute the rest of the code. So that means because we have the search query, the rest of the code is not being executed. So we need to say if we don't have the search query, that is when we don't want the rest of the code to be executed. Sorry for that. And then here now we can try to search. Okay, search. Now okay, now you can see. So now here you can see you have the query. So that is one of the ways to do it. So you can choose the best way for you. So I believe to have finished installing here. So now we can hide our terminal. So I will comment this one, and then we can continue here, and maybe first import our package, that is import QS. We'll be porting it as QS from query string so, or we can have it as so. So let me see. Okay, you can have it as query or QS. So let me see if we can use it as QS. Okay, can use it as QS. Okay, and then here what we need to do is can say const URL. Now we want to stringify the URL. We can say URL equals to QS dot that is dot okay, dot what, dot stringify URL, and then you can have brackets. Then inside the bracket we are going to have an object, whereby the first object will be having the URL, which will be stroke forward stroke all, and then you can have a comma, and then we can have the query, and then we can have so we can have an object. So and then we can define how do you want to name the query. So you can so this one here I gave it Q. For Q you can give it any name. Basically you can say query, you can have any name. Basically you can have any name that you want to give to your query right here. So basically you can see here search is our query. So basically you can have any name, but the most important part, you shouldn't miss equals, okay, and also you shouldn't miss question mark. Okay, so here I will give it Q. I am giving it Q because Google is using Q as query, and then we'll be having our query as search query. Okay, and then after that we need to tell our QS to for any empty string we need to skip them. So we can say skip empty string, okay, which will be true. Okay, and then okay, so and then after that what we can do, we can say router dot push, and then we can have the URL. Okay, so this code is a bit wrong, but it is one of the best way to stringify your URLs. So but this one is a shorter one, so you can choose which one is the best to use. So but I would prefer using this one. Okay, so let's see now if we can work. Maybe search for something else. We can say Google and then click. So now you can see it is also working. So you can try to change this one maybe to something like query and see if it is going to work. And then maybe you can say query. So you can see query. So you can see you can either use any name. So but but the name you are using here, it is the one that is going to help you while getting your search query from search params. Okay, so So I think now what we can do now, we can have our footer. So let's close our search form, and then we can head over to our footer, and then inside here we can rename this one to footer, and then we can remove the footer inside here. So inside so we can basically start by giving the footers the following classes. Okay, and then here we can say bottom of 0, and then we can say absolute, and then we can have a dark. On dark we'll be having a BG of black, and then on light, that is on light dim, we'll be having a custom color, which will be okay, so that is a custom white color, which will be hash capital F of 2, that is F2 3 times, like so. And then after that we'll be having a H of 24, so not 2/4 but 24, and a width of full. And then after that, inside here we can have the first div, whereby you can have class name, which class name will be py of 3 and then pl of 3. So py, I believe, is padding top and padding bottom. And then inside here you can have your country. Okay, country, that is country. So you can save and see if the header should be down here. So now you can see sorry, the footer is down here. Okay, and then after that you can have a simple div, just another div, whereby we'll be having like 3 divs. So have 3 divs. So then you can have the class, that is the class name, whereby we'll be having justify between, and then we'll be having flex, and then we'll be having a border of top. Okay, and then we'll be having a border of the following color, that is a custom one, which will be capital DA, then DCE 0. Okay, and then to continue, we'll be having a custom dark color, a custom dark theme. We'll be having the a border of color, that is also a custom one, to be hash 1717, that is 3 times, and then a padding top of 3, and then a pad that is padding x of also 3. Okay, and then inside our div here, we are going to have some p tags. So I just copy the 3 p tags, so and then just paste them inside here. So that is the about, advertising, business, and how to search. Okay, and then here we will be having the following class name, that is flex, and then a gap of 4, so sorry, 2. And then after that, for this div, the second div, will be having the following class name. I would like it to be hidden on mobile devices, and then on medium devices and above, I would like to be seen. Okay, and then I'll just copy the text itself, and then I'll just have it here. Okay, and then that is our third decade of climate action. Join us. So this is basically a link, but I'm just having it as simple paragraphs, all words. Okay, and then for the last one, I'll be having 3 p tags. Okay, and then here I'll be having the following class name, classes also, and then that is a gap of 2, and then you can save everything. So this is just a simple a simple footer. So basically here you can see just a simple footer. So just putting everything together by doing this. Okay, so now here is our project in a whole. That is the home page. So on the next part we are going to discuss about the theme, whereby we'll be using Next theme. So let me on that one. So now we can integrate our project with the Next theme. So what you can do, you can search for Next theme, that is Next themes, so, and click the first icon, the first link. But if you know how to work with shared CNUI, you can use shared CNUI. But don't worry, on our next project we are going to integrate our project with these components. Okay, so we can continue with the Next themes. Okay, but I would like to make my collection here. So so shared CN is you can click on it and see, you can read it for yourself. But basically it is a UI library components, so something like that. So you can see here it is not a component library, but is a collection of reusable component that you can copy and paste into your own app. So basically we'll be working with it on our next project, so don't worry about it. We'll discuss it more then. So I'll close it and then I will maybe head back to Next themes, then click the first link. So here this documentation mostly it is for those who are using pages. That is Next.js with pages. So basically you can see it is a bit different for us who are using app router. So what you can do is just copy the install CLI. Just copy it, okay, and then you can open our terminal and then paste it here, and then we can install it. So to continue, let me minimize this a bit, but we can see as it installs. So I would like to close everything. You can close it as from here, that is close all, or you can just hit Ctrl K, Ctrl W, and then collapse everything. Okay, and then under components I would like to create a new folder, namely themes. Okay, then hit enter, then create our, so it have finished installing. Now we can hide our terminal. So we can create our first file here, whereby we can name it theme provider, okay, .tsx, like so. Since we are going to use this theme provider inside our layout .tsx here, we need to convert it into into use grant, since Next theme is a use grant part which works mostly on the grant side. So we need to convert this one into use grant. Okay, and then here, so let me check something. So then we can continue and have a function whereby we can say export function, or maybe you can just have just a simple one whereby we can say RAFCE. I think this one is much faster, like this. Okay, then we can hide our sidebar, and then here we can accept the following props. So the first one is children, and then the next one is can spread the props, the other props, and then here we can say this these props are coming from, that is theme provider props. Yes, so we make sure you have the input right here, and then what we need to do now, we can remove everything inside here, and then what we can say, we need to render the following. it is the same thing, that is render or return the following, that is next themes provider. So next theme provider, we can import it right here. We can say next theme, we can say theme provider right here as next themes provider. Okay, so I have changed it this way because I also named my component as theme provider. So in case of any confusion with package's name or maybe your file's name, you can change it this way and just say import it as next theme provider or something else. You can even change this one into another name and it will still work. So here what we can do is first accept the props. So we can spread the props here, so that is 3 dots, that is props, and then you can accept the children. You can accept the children as so, and then we can save everything, and then we can close this one because we are done with it, and then head over to, so under that is let me collapse everything, that is under apps, under app, then layout. Here it is. So we need to wrap our children with that component. So we can say theme provider. So make sure you import it from our component, that is at stroke component stroke theme stroke theme provider, but not coming from the next themes. Okay, like that. So make sure you have this input right here. So let me separate all of this. Okay, and then we need to pass the children, yes. So, and then also I'm going to pass the following props. We can say enabled. Let me see the following props that we are going to pass. So that is enabled. Also we are going to have default theme, which will be of system. We'll be using the system theme, but we'll be using the others. So that is the one that will the project will be loading with, and then here we'll be having attribute, and then this attribute will be of class, and then here we can say disabled transition on change. Okay, like so. And then here and also we can have another a prop here, however we can say we would like to suppress any hydration warnings. Okay, and then save it as so. Okay, and then just close this one, and then here now you can see we have the dark theme, because it is the preferred theme on our case, because I am on dark theme. Okay, then I like to collapse everything, then I head over to my components. Okay, head over to my component, and then I would like to create the following, that is theme itself. That will be the theme that we'll be using to render the drop down. So theme. Okay, and then we can save it as so, close it, and then create another file which will be theme drop down. Okay, .tsx, then you can say RAFCE. Okay, then you can save. So we can start by theme drop down. So let me hide the sidebar. So for the theme drop down, we can start by importing the following. So we can start by importing the following, which will be import use theme coming from next theme. Okay, and then also I would like us to also to import the following icons, that is HI computer, and that is HI computer desktop coming from our React icons. And then last three, I like to import the following icons, that is MD dark mode, and then also like us to import light, and that is light mode. Okay, so and then here I would like us to start by having this one as a relative. Okay, then inside here we'll be having a div, and then this div will be having the following class name. Then the classes will be absolute, and then also on dark will be giving it a bg of, that is a bg custom one. So we can copy the one that are on the layout here. So we can copy these ones, these two backgrounds. Let me collapse them like so, and then we can continue and give them a shadow, that is a shadow of Excel. And then last three we can second last three, sorry, a margin top of 5, and then last three we can have a space of y of 3. And then inside this div we can have the following p tags, so it will be 3 of them. And then here I'll be having so let me have it this way. I'll be having the MD dark mode like that. So that is MD dark mode with these classes here. That is H of 5, but I would like to give it 6, and then I'll be saying it is a dark theme. Then here for the p tag I'm giving the following classes. For the class name I'll be having flex and a gap of 2. Okay, and then on click I would like us I would like the user, okay, I forgot to do something. I would like the user also to set the theme to their to dark. Okay, so let's have a simple function here whereby we can extract set theme coming from use theme. Okay, so here you can extract the set theme coming from use theme, sorry. And then here I would like the user to set this one to dark. Okay, so to know which themes are there, you can head over to set theme. Okay, and then here you can see here if enabled something theme is system, this returns whether the system prefers resolve to dark or light, otherwise identical theme. So here you can see you have dark and light, so you can can scroll down, but I think I don't know where it is, maybe theme. Okay, but I believe there are 3 of them, that is system, dark and light. Okay, so let me remove this one first because this makes my work a bit easier, duplicating this one instead of having the others. So 3 times, so changing this one to light. Okay, and also changing this one to MD, that is MD light mode. Then here we can change this one to light. like so, and then here we can say system. Okay, and then here also this one you can change this one to, okay, let's see, that is HI computer desktop. Okay, and then this one will be system. Okay, then we can save our work. So now we need to head over to that is theme. So now what I would like us to do now, what I would like us to do is head over to that is page. Here that is page, then the page, so that is the page under our app, then the page itself, not the pages that are inside our Google search, but the page that is on the on that app. Okay, so here now we can import the theme. That is theme coming from at stroke component stroke theme. Okay, so remember this one is will be a use grant, because we'll be using some a few hooks. So basically when you head over back to theme, we need to convert it to use grant. So let me save this one and close this one and this one, then hide my sidebar. So the first thing I would like us to do is convert this one to use client before we forget. Okay, then we need to maybe we can open theme drop. I'd like us first to copy these ones here. I believe we'll be using them. Okay, and then I would like us also to import that is import theme drop down coming from stroke drop down. Okay, so let me copy the name of the component, just have it here that way, so not inside any curly brackets. Okay, and then I would also like to import the following, and that is use state and also use effect. Okay, I believe those ones are okay. So inside here you can before we do that, we need to have a few states here. So we can you can say const drop, that is to set the theme drop down, and then set drop. So initially it's going to be false, so you can say const square bracket drop set comma set drop, then close the square bracket equals to use state, and then initially it's going to be false. Okay, so now here we can say on click you need to have an arrow function whereby we'll be saying set drop to just negating the current state of the drop. Okay, and then inside here, so I said we'll be having a few states, so don't worry, we'll be having them just in a bit, but first we need to have the following inside here. So but first let's give this one the following class name, that is cursor pointer, and then inside here be having theme. So let's extract theme coming from that is use theme. Okay, you need to extract theme coming from use theme, And then here you can say if theme is equals to or is equal to dark, then we need to render the following, that is the following icon. So that is MD dark mode. Okay, and then here we can also duplicate it, and if it is light, we need to render the following, that is MD light mode. Okay, and also duplicate it once more. This one should be HI computer desktop. Okay, so if it is system, we need to render that icon. Okay, so this one should, if it is system, and then lastly we need to have so here this is the drop down itself. So here we can say if drop is true, then we need to render the drop down. Okay, so that is just a simple way of saying that if the drop is true, then render the drop down itself. Okay, then save everything. Let me expand this one a bit. Okay, maybe we can refresh this one. So here we should be having an icon instead of theme. Okay, so because of what we have right here. Okay, just give it a moment. I want to check if we will be having any hydration issues so that I can show you how to fix them. Okay, so now you can see the theme have disappeared. Okay, now because the use state has not rendered yet. Okay, so now you can see we have the hydration issue. So let me show you how we can fix that. Let me also create. So here you can see the drop down, it is working. You can change this one to light, you can change this one to dark, so you can change this one also to system. Okay, so let me show you how we can create so now if you try to refresh this, you get the hydration issue also. So let's try to fix that. Okay, let me minimize that one. So we need to have the other state that I talked about. So here you can see you still have the issue. So here to fix that, you can say const, you can have the other use state I talked about. Here you can say mounted comma set mounted. Okay, then you can say equals to use set, then initial going to be false. Okay, so here we can have we'll be having the, so let's have this one right here, and then we can maybe change this one to the correct spelling to avoid any issues. So here we can have the we can have a use effect. So you can say use effect snippet, then we can change this, you can remove everything, so it should be having just a simple use effect. And then here you can have the following, you can say set mounted to true. Okay, and then here you can say if not mounted, then we need to say return null. Okay, so I believe it have saved. So now the issue have just disappeared. So now you can try to refresh and see if you get the same issue. Okay, now you can see you don't have any hydration issues, so it is working perfectly also. No issues. Okay, So on the next part, we'll be dealing with the search. So let's try to search for something. So here we'll be dealing with the all, that is the all, the all directory, or we can just say all, that is the all section. So here I want to change this back to Q. So I will head back to Control P, then I will search for search form, and then I will scroll upward here, then I will just change this one to Q. Okay, so you don't get confused why I changed back to Q. It's just my preference. Okay, and then here you can just search for anything, and here it has just changed back to Q. So let's meet on the next part of the video. So we can continue by closing everything. So that is hide close our search form there, and then hide our terminal. And then on our sidebar here, I just collapse everything. So we'll start by going to our search, that is our Google search, whereby we have grouped all our URLs, or maybe you can just say our routes. And then here we have the all, which we'll be starting with, but first we need to design the two headers so that we can head to the to all, that is to the all routes. Okay, and so first whereby we are going to render these two headers. Remember we talked about it, we're going to have both of them inside here. So since here is where all the four routes are being rendered, I would like all the four routes to have the same header, both the same header. So that is why we are using the route group here, so that we can both of all of the four routes can have the same navigation. So we can remove this one. But first we can but also we should create the two files that will be the header and the subheader. So that is the header, header.tsx, that is RAFCE, and then we can just remove React since we usually don't need it anymore. And then here that is under our component also, that is inside our component. We should create another one, that is the subheader, that is .tsx, that is RAFCE. And then also we can remove this one, just close it. So here we can render our two headers. So we can hide our sidebar also. So here we can have our header here. So let's import it from our components like so, and then here we can change this one to subheader like so, and then we can save. So now you should have the changes here. You should have the header and the subheader here. So there it is. So the two, and then here we can give them the following, we can give it the following classes, that is the space, that is space y. Instead of 4 we're gonna have 6, and then you should have some spacing between the that is all of them here. Okay, so inside our header here, we are going to mark it as use grant, so that is use grant like so. And then here we are going to have the following imports. So I'll just copy them and just paste them inside here, just a few of them here. So we are going to have these five icons. So we are going to have the 5 icons. So when you head back here, you can see we have all of these icons here, that is these two, and then the others here. So and then here we also be using we having use set here, that is to have our our search value, to get it from the input. And then here we have the router So this one is to navigate to different route, or to push it to the that is to the search bar, or we can say the URL bar here, so that we can just push it there. And then here we have search params. So search params will help us to do a few to do one thing here. So let me expand this. So search params, use search params will help us to get this search value here. So and then we have that is use path name. So use path name here, you can see will help us to get the that is the current path name, or you can just say the current URL that is the that the user is at current situation. Okay. And then we have the string, the query string, that is to help us to stringify our URL. And then we have the link, so that is the normal link. And then I want us to explain something more about the use search params here. So since all of these are inside the use grant, so we are rendering this component inside a server component, whereby when we are using search param inside here, we are expected to wrap our header with suspense. So this is important when we are deploying our project, because you are going to get an error that you are expected to do so, because I think there is an issue about it. So but I read on the documentation that sorry, I read on the documentation that it will be fixed on the next version, so don't worry about that. So what you can do is just wrap it with suspense. Okay, so let me have just a tag. So suspense is usually a tag, usually in a tag. So then you can just import it from React. So this one should capital S, coming from React here, like so. So I just separated my global import with my local component here, and then I just put the header there. But I think since we are not using we are not using any such param inside here, but it is okay also to wrap it with with the suspense. There is no issue, just doing so. There is no necessity by doing so, but it is okay. And then we can close our layout here, and then we can continue inside here and start by having the following functions. So we search by having const, then we can have the search. We can start by having, okay, my autocomplete for that is for the code here has completed auto completed for me. So that is router. We're gonna start by having the router, then we can continue and also have search params. So coming from use search params, and then we can continue and also have const search, that is the search value. So we will be getting search value from search params, that is search param dot get then we specify what we are getting from where we are getting the where we are getting the search param. So we are getting from Q. So here we said Q. So here we said Q is equals to Google. So whereby we'll be having Google as our search value. So let me minimize this one. So to make sure you are getting what is expected, you can console log this one. Okay, and then here you can just say search value, like so, and just save. And then we can continue for a bit and then see what we will be having. So So you can just, so let's see. Okay, it is okay. So here you can see we are getting Google as we have on our navigation right here. Okay, uh, so this console log is by the help of Ninja. So here it is, Ninja. So you can install it by heading over to your extension here and just search for Ninja. Okay, you can search for Ninja, this one here, and you can install it to get this console log instead of going to that is inspect, and then you can you have to go to console log, and then you get the console logged value. Okay, and then you can just remove this one, and then we can continue. So we can comment on this one, and then we can continue and have our use state here. So our use state will be whereby we can just say we can have the search query comma set search query equals to an empty string, but we are going to say since whereby remember we are coming from we are being renavigated here coming from another URL. That means we don't have the search value. We need to get the search value, which we have already done here. So now what we expected of is to render the search value. So to render the search value, we are going to say we are going to use a turn array, whereby we are going to say if you have the search value. So if you have the search value, so question mark, and then we can say render the search value. Okay, else you can have the empty string. Okay, so that this one will be very important. This part of this turn array here will be very important when we have our input. Okay, and then we can have our handle search. So we can get our handle search from that is search form. It is the same thing. So here you can get it from here, just copy it and just have it here. So it is just the same thing. So you can see you don't have we even don't have any errors, so it is okay as it is. So we will also be navigated to all, but we can change this one to path name. So I expect I should have path name here. So let have path name here. So we can say const path name equals to use path name. Okay, so now we have path name. So remember both of our route here, for route here will be having the same navigation, that is the header and the subheader. So the user can be either on the image or the video section. So we expect the user to be renavigated to that route. So there will be no changes. The page will just refresh, and then they will see the changes. So what we can do here, because there will be no change of the route, we can just say router. So we just need to refresh without the user noticing. So we can just say refresh. Okay, and then we can just execute it as so. That will be the only change that we make onto that function. Okay, so we can continue. So to continue, we'll be start by designing our header here. So our header here will be having the following classes. So the first class will be flex. So that is flex, just fly between, and then we'll just having item center, and then to continue we can have a gap of 6, and then to continue we can have margin top of 10, and then we can have a sticky. So sticky is to make sure our header sticks onto the top whenever we scroll on the content. Okay, and then we can have top of 0. We expect the header to be on top here. Okay, to be always on top here, and then we expect also to be on top of everything. That will be 040, and then we can continue and give it some classes. So some classes is the same thing, so we'll be having them from our layout here. So these colors here will be what we'll be having. We don't want any changes. We just want the header to have the same color, and then after that I forgot here. After that we can have a padding top of 2, and then padding bottom of 2. So I think, okay, padding top of 2 and padding bottom of 2. So we can have, so this is the same as having, I think, px of 2. Okay, that is, so sorry, y, that is y, sorry, that is a padding top and a padding bottom of 2. Both of them are 2, so no big, it is the same as having py of 2. Okay, and then in here, so we can just save, and then in here we can have a div. And then this div we can have the following classes. So now you can see it have moved margin top of 10, and then we can have the following classes for our div, that is flex item center, and then we can continue have a width of full, and then gap of 4, and then so I think gap of 5 will be okay, and then ml of 2, and then you can continue on large devices and have ml of 10, and then lastly we can have on medium devices and above, we can have ml of that is ml of 4, and then inside here we can have the first item, which will be link. So, and then we can have the href, which will be just the forward stroke, that means home, and then inside here you can just have Google, like that. Then you can give these links some classes, and then the first one will be item center, and then you can have as a text of 3xl, that is text of 3xl, and then we can continue have on medium devices and above we can have that is text of 4xl. Okay, so you can save and see what we have right there, and then just after this link here, this is whereby we have our that is our file uploader modal. Okay, that is for our lenses. Okay, and then we can continue now and just have a div. So this div will be having the following classes. So this inside here is whereby we are going to have the following. So you can head over to search form here. So this search form here is the same thing. We are going to have the same item. So what you can do, I think, I don't know if there will be a lot of changes inside here. So let me look at this one. So let's just copy and paste everything here and just see if there will be any issues. So it is the same. So let's see. Just give it a moment to load, and then we can see if or we can just see if the input is the same of the same design. So so here so now here you can see the input has the same such value, because here you have mentioned the value which will we change right here, okay. So I don't know, maybe the sizes are different. So here what you can do is just remove the margin top, and also we can remove this hover right here, like so. And then so there is this border here, you can also remove it, and this one here up to that point. And then here we have border of none, you can also remove it. So this border of none, you can remove it. And then on hover, on hover we can remove this on hover and just have this one. So basically we just want it to have this bg when it is dark, and then this bg when it is light, okay. So sorry, let me head my sidebar. So I believe those changes are okay. Now we should see the changes. So now you can see the changes. So I don't know about the width and height, all about the sizes. So you can just remove all the sizes here, or we can just leave them as they are. So and then we can continue. Maybe you can just change this one to form, and then on submit you can have on submit, okay. So this one will be a button. So we can have a button, just I don't know, you can have just one button here, or we can just leave it as it is. So we can just hit enter. I think that one will be okay. And then maybe you can just make one button here. So you can search for one icon, you can just search for one icon. So let's just search for an icon. So you can just say search for an icon here. So whichever you choose, it is okay. So this one, just go with this one, just copy the import, okay, and just have it right here. So I can have another one here. So what is the name of the import here? So that is okay, fc search. That is fc search, and then we give it a height and a width of 6, both of them. And then this one can also be the button, and then we can just move inside here and just have, you can say on click submit, okay. Or maybe you can just change this one to, you can just say type, okay, and then we just say submit, okay, and then we can just save. So now we should be seeing another icon here. So there it is. So so that is okay. So after these two here, we are going to have the icons. So here you can see we have these four, or you can just say four icons. So I just move back here and just have the first one will be the theme. So you can have the theme. So we have the theme right there, and then we can also have, that is of first, and then we give it a height and a width of 6, and then second lastly we can have tb grid also, which will be like that, and then lastly we can have the image. So for the image right here, so let me open my sidebar here. For the image, we should be having it on our public. You can head over to the Git repo and just download the image, or you can just search for Google like that and just copy download this one, that is save as, and then I just save it right here on my downloads and just save. So, and just have it right here. So let me close this one. So I just drag and drop it inside here, just hide everything like so. So just change have this one, and then I just rename it to logo.png. so you can just copy it like so, and then come over here and just delete. So we want to change this favicon, so to change it I just delete it, or maybe I can just rename it all and just copy the name, and then I just maybe just copy this one once more, then delete this one, and then I just paste it inside our app like so, and then I just name these two favicon. That is all. Then I have my favicon here like so. Okay, and then on our terminal here, you can see it is reloading the favicon. I don't know. Then you can try to force reload, that is Control Shift then R. After that I believe the favicon should change. It hasn't changed, so but after a hard reload it should change, but don't worry about that. It will change when we restart our terminal anytime soon. Okay, so just hide my sidebar here. So for the image here, I just change it to just have a forward stroke logo dot png. Then on our al we can just say logo. Then here we can have a class, some class name, that is a margin right of 4, and then also we can have rounded full, and then lastly a height of 7 and a width of 7. So that is a height of 7 and a width of 7. Okay, so let's see. Okay, just give it a moment to load. It should save. So just refresh. So there they are. So there we have the 4 icons. So let me collapse it. So now here there they are, the 4 icons. So I think we should decrease the gap. I don't know. I think we should decrease the gap. It is a gap of 6. I think we can give it a gap of 4. Okay, then we can so sorry about that. So we can hide my terminal here, and then I believe we are done with the header. So you can change also this one to a header, so it can also match the what we are talking about. Okay, and then we can just save. So now we can see the icons. So also you can be able to access the that is the drop down, our theme drop down here. So there it is. Okay, so to continue now, I will just close everything. That is Ctrl K, Ctrl W. Then I'll head over to my sidebar here and then collapse everything. Now I would like us to work on our, that is our subheader here. I'll head my sidebar. On our subheader here, what we can do here is just first start by converting it to use client, like so. And then I just copy all of the icons that we'll be needing, and then I just paste them here. So all of these are the icons that we'll be using on this part here. So when you head to our finished version, finished version here, we have the all image, news, video, and the book. So we will not be using the book, but we have the icons. So these are the 5 icons that we'll be using. Yeah, I believe there are 5 of them. Okay, there are more than 5. There are more than 5 plus this one down here, and also this 4 more there. So a bit of them. So we can start by giving this div the following class name. So the first one will be flex, and then we can have justify between. Then we can continue on dark. That is on dark. We can have the following. That is text of the following. That is a custom color. That is hash d. That is hash bd. That not d but bd. And then also we'll be having 1c6. Okay, that is bdc1c. So I forgot one here, so right there. So that one should be of the following. That is bdc1c6. okay, and then on light mode we'll be having a text, then also of a custom one, which will be hash 202124. okay, and then we can continue and then say on large devices I'll be having a male of 52, and then on smaller devices that is below of large, we'll be having a male of 4, and then be having a margin top of 4. And then inside here we can remove this one here, and then here we'll be having another div, which will be we can have the class name, and then we'll be having flex gap of 2, and then we'll also on medium devices and above we'll be having a gap of 4. And then inside here we are going to have header options. So these are the header options. We are going to have one component which will help us to ease our work. So I will show you how we can do that to make sure that we render most of these icons in a very tidy manner. So after this div here, we are after this div here, we are going to have another div, that is a div with the following class name, that is flex, then a gap of, that is a gap of 1, and then here we'll be having that is safe search, that is one word, safe search, and then we'll be having the icon, we'll be having the icon, that is IOMD arrow, and then we'll be having the following classes, that is a height of 6, and then a width of 6, like so. So when you save, this one should be on the right here, and then we can have the the header options. So head over to your sidebar here. So I don't know about this error, but let it run. So here you have the safe search, and then here we are going to create the header options, the header option.tsx, that is IFCE, and then here we can just remove the import React, and then here we can remove the we can have it right here, that is the header option. We can have the header option import right here, so we can separate all of them. So now let us hide our sidebar here. So now you should be having the header option right here. Okay, so now what we need to do, we need to make sure our header option here accept the following props. So we need to make sure it accept the following props. So make sure we have this one here. So the first prop will be the icon, so it will be accepting the icon, and also it will be accepting the text. Okay, and then here we can have the props, that is the header option props. So now we can create the header option props. So should create them just on top here. You can say interface header options right here, whereby we'll be having the icon, which will be of type icon type, coming from our React icons. And then here after that we'll be having text, as it says it is a text, to be a string. Okay, so now we can save, and then here what we can do, we can just render the icons and this text, and then we can we'll just design them later on. So we can start by having the icon, which will be of height 6, and then a width of 6, and then also we'll be having text, that will be a dynamic text like that, and then we can just save. Okay, then we can head back here, so let me see something. So here we are expected to pass the following. So we can start by passing the icon. The first icon will be CI search, like so. Yeah, I believe we should be having CI search here, and then here we'll be having what? We will be having a text of all, and then we can save, then duplicate this one, and then here we'll be having images like so, and then here we can have pi image, that is image square fill, and then we can duplicate this one, and then this one we can remove this one. Here we'll be having fa, that is fa leg news paper. Okay, then here we can just change this one to news, then we can continue, just change this one to, that is the videos, and then change this one to ri, that is ri video line, and then we can duplicate this one 2 times, and then here we can change this one to ri book, that is bookmark line, and we can change the name of the text to that is books. Then this one will change this one to more, and this one I believe should be io small o md more right here, and then you can save everything. Now we can head over to our header options here, whereby we'll start by designing this div right here. Be having the following class name. I believe this class name will be of a dynamic one, because we need to make sure we know which one is being selected right here. So you can see sorry, you can see when all is selected, we have some different color with the list. So we should have a dynamic one. So we have a dynamic one and a dynamic template right there. So but first I think we should start by so I think I lied when I said I'm sure I lied when I said here we are not going to have the search param, but we are going to have them. So let's import them right here. So here we are going to have use that is use path name coming from next navigation, comma, then also we are going to use router, then also we are going to use that is search params. Okay, so we are going to have both of them here, all of 3 of them here. So that is path name equal to use that is use path name, then we are also going to have const router, and then lastly we are going to have search params. Okay, and then we can continue here, and then we can create 2 functions, whereby you can say const is selected. So if selected, we have if selected, that means our text has been selected. Okay, so but because because here we are passing that is capital A that is we are passing capital A, capital I, capital N, and V and B, and on our route here all of them are small, small a, that is small I, small b. So we need to make sure we convert this one to that is small letters. So we can say dot to lower, that is to local lowercase. Okay, that is local lowercase, then we execute it as so, and then so that is it for the is selected function. Then we can continue and say search value, then we get search value from that is get search value from our queue. whereby I explained it earlier. So those will be our two functions. So what we can do here, we can say, I think here we are going to create a function to make sure when we select this either of these, maybe the image or the news or the video, we navigate to that route here, and also we make sure our route also has the query, because when we navigate without also having the query, we lose it right here, and we won't be able to search without any query. So here we can have a quick function whereby we can say select. So it will be an arrow function right here. And then because also lastly, because we don't want to select books anymore, because we don't have them on our route here, we want to make sure we exclude them. So we are going to use this statement whereby we are going to say if we are going to say if text equals to all. So let me collapse this one. So if it is if text is equals to all, that is all, and then we have an OR operator right there. Then we say text is equal to images, then we have an OR operator. And then we say text if it is equal to news, and then lastly if it is equal to, that is videos. So we want only to be able to select these two, these four. And then here we'll have our function whereby we'll say router dot push, then we'll be pushing to this URL right here. So also here we are converting the text to lowercase, and then we'll be having a question mark, and then we'll be having the Q equal to, then we'll be having our search value. Okay, so whenever we click on this div right here, we want to be able to navigate to this point right here, whereby we have the route, and also we have the query, which is our queue. Okay, so now we can have a dynamic classes whereby we can start by having flex, and then also we can have a gap of 4, and then lastly on this part here we can have that is padding bottom of 2. And then now we can have if it is selected, where you can have some dynamic some dynamic strings whereby we can say is selected. Okay, then we can say, so let me just collapse this one this way. Okay, my prettier is doing something weird. Okay, so here if it is selected, we want to have the following classes, that is border of 8, that is border bottom of 8, and then also we want to have border of blue, that is 400. So 400, I would like to have 400, that is border of blue 400. And then on dark, I would like to have border of blue of 500, not 500, I think okay, I'm confusing with something, not border, but I would like to have because I have a border of blue of 400, I would also like to have text blue of 400 right there. And then lastly, that is on light mode, I would like to have a text of blue, blue 700. Okay, and then if it is not selected, I would just like to have a cursor pointer so that the user can see what they are selecting. And then onto our div here, I would like to have an on click, okay, an on click whereby we can just say select, so as it is right there. So and then so here we have our icon, and then here we have our that is our p tag. We are going to have our p tag inside our p tag is whereby we are going to have our text. So here you can have classes and then have margin right of 1. So now we can save and see the changes that we'll be having right here. So just give it a moment. So you can open your terminal, so you can see what we have right here. So now I believe when you click one of these, we should be able to navigate. So let me expand a bit more. So now here, so now it is compiling images. So here you can see, so as it finishes compiling, we should be navigated to image. So you can see here we are on image, and image here is being selected, and then you can see the cursor is not pointer, and here the same thing is happening, compiling news, and now we are being navigated to news. And also you can see here the only thing are changing are these colors here, and also the route itself inside here. As I said, the children are being rendered inside our local inside our layout. So on the next part, so I close and that is I close everything, then hide my terminal. Then I will just collapse everything and then I believe we'll meet on the next part. We'll meet on the next part, whereby we'll be diving into our OR route. Okay, so I just open my OR route so that we can continue on the next part of the video. So to continue, basically now we'll be working on our all page here, but first we need to fetch our data. So basically to do that, we're gonna head over to my browser right here. So you should search for RapidApi and then click on the first link right here. So after that, we are going to search for DuckDuck. I chose DuckDuck because it has more limits compared to other Google APIs. So here we'll search for DuckDuck. So here it is, DuckDuck, or maybe you can just search for this way. That is DuckDuck. This way also. So let it load. So here it is. We are going to use this one here, whereby we have all of this. Basically we have 4 endpoints. So basically it is important because remember on our finished version here we are using that is 4 endpoints. So let me expand this one. So here we have 4 of them, so that is very important. So here what you can do first is just subscribe to test, so to make sure that we have access to these APIs. So basically here you can see we have 750. So but if you search for that is Google API has less of that. So you can see here, so you can see here it has 100 of them. So this is why I'm using that is why I'm using DuckDuck. DuckDuck has 750. So you can see here 750 hard limits, so you can subscribe to those ones, and then here you can click subscribe for free. Make sure it is free here, and then now we can head over to our endpoint. Onto our endpoint here, what we're gonna do now is just copy the snippet, that is the snippet to fetch for our results. So here it is. So copy this snippet. You can also test and see what is expected. You can also search and see what is expected. So here you can see the result. So we are going to start with this one here, all. So for the first instance, I was also getting this one. So you can try another time, a few times, basically to see if you get the result. But basically it is working. It is the same API that I am using right here. So you can see the result right here, and then here you can see the response. So basically here it is the response. Here you can see the response, basically a few different response. So now what we can do is just copy the code, and then here we need to install Axios because we'll be using Axios. So here on my other terminal here, so let me expand this. So I'll be installing Axios, that is npm install, that is Axios, then hit enter. So we would like to make this to make sure that our whereby we are fetching our endpoint is a reusable component, because we will be fetching them, we'll be fetching a few results 4 times. So basically, let me hide my terminal. So now what we can do, I just collapse everything, then in the same directory as JSON here, I will create a folder, namely actions. That is actions. So here is where we are going to have the two of the action, that is both the lens and the duck. So here we're gonna say duck search like so .tsx, and then you paste but first what you can do, maybe we can start by marking it as use client. So not use client but use server. Because we would like to use server actions. And then here we can export const duck, that is duck search, and then here we'll be having equals to, then we have an object, then which will be an arrow function. So so here it is the object. So this is the object here, not this one here. So here we are going to mark it as a async function, because we are going to use a wait while fetching our data. So here it is going also to accept two items. So the first one you can say is what is endpoint. So that is endpoint, which will be of type string, like so. And then also we'll be accepting the query, that is the query, as you can see here, which will be of type string, or can also be undefined since we are fetching it from our search params. And then here we can paste the code now. So I can remove everything. We can remove the Axios here, and then here we can import the Axios. So you should have the Axios now, since it finished installing. So here we have the Axios, so make sure you have imported Axios right there. So, and then here we can remove food and just have our dynamic query, like so. And then this one will converting it to dynamic string, like so. Then here we can change this one to dynamic string as well. So here I would like to show you something here. So you can see here we have search. So this is the URL that will be getting all our data here. So that is the endpoint we are using right here. But for the images, that is for the images right here, we'll be using a different endpoint. We'll be using that is search stroke images. So it will be different here. And then So now we can work on that. So here we can have a dynamic, that is a dynamic string, whereby we can now have the endpoint. So for our all search here, I would like to use for this all search here, I would like to use just an empty string, because that is the API endpoint that I would like to use. So here I would like to leave it as it is, but lastly I would like to return something. I would like to return data. I would like to return, that is response.data. Yes, so, and then save. So let me hide my sidebar. So here is the full snippet of the code. So let me close this one. So now we can head over to our page.tsx here. So here I would like to mention that search param is always available whenever we on our URL, whenever we have this kind of string, whereby we have question mark q or any other name equals to, that is the search query or the search param that we are trying to fetch, which is always available whenever we have that case. Okay, but first I forgot to do something here. So you can see here our body here is moving, so I wouldn't like it to stay this way. So I will head over to, that is maybe header options here, so that I have clicked Control P, then header options. Here it is. So also you can open your sidebar here, and then under component, header options. Then I would like to change this one to that is gap of 2, then save. So now we should be seeing something different. So now you can see it is not moving anymore. So that is the change that I forgot to make. So here now we can accept this props. So that is search params, which will be of type. So it will be of type, so a type of an object, which you can say query. So here you can see here we are naming our query q. So I will just have q, which will be of type string. Okay, and in some cases it can also be undefined in case the user doesn't pass anything, but we are making sure that we avoid that. We are using our on submit function earlier. So now we can mark this also as use sync function, so that we can use an await whenever we are fetching our values from DuckDuck. So that is sync, like so. And then now we can have const, maybe now we can just first console log the search param, so to make sure that we have the search param. So we can say clg, and then here we can just say search, that is search params, okay, dot q. And then here now we can say, and maybe you can open your terminal. So we expect the console log value to appear here, not to under inspect here. So basically this is because this is a server component. Basically everything is being rendered on everything is being returned on the server, whereby on our server here you can see here on our server here, this is our server on our terminal here. So we expect the value to be returned here, and if you are using Ninja, you can get the value here. But when you inspect here, you shouldn't be getting any you shouldn't be getting anything here, because this is a server component. Okay, so let me close this one, and now here, so this is okay. Now we have the search param. So now we can comment it, and then here we can have console log web, that is web search, and then we can say equals to await, and then we can have DuckDuck, that is DuckDuck coming from, that is our actions. And then here it is accepting 2 items. So basically the first one will be an empty string. So an empty string, because on our on our get search result here, this URL is the one we are expecting, and here we are using it this way. We are using it this way. So here when we have an empty string, basically that means we are still remaining with this URL right there. Okay, and here lastly we can have the search param, that is the search params.q, and then like that. So now we can also console.log web. So basically when you console log web, so let's see, I don't know if it is going to be a bit faster, since we saw the first instance it wasn't working that great. So we can try to fetch here, and we can say something like okay, Google, and then we can click the button right here. So now here you can see we have the results. So here when you hover on it right here, you can see we have the title, which is Google, description, row description, and then also we have the host name, the icon, so and then we have the URL. Okay, so I just comment on it right here, and then what I would like to do now, I would like also to come over to my duck here, and then here you can see also we are getting the expected response. So here I will just comment it also, and then save, and then close that one, since we are done with that one. So now what we're gonna do now, we'll be working on so let me hide my my terminal. So now we'll be working on our div here. So first, this div we can have the following class name. So this class name will be margin top, that is margin top of 4, and then ml of 4, and then we can continue on same devices and above. We can have max, that is max width of LG, and then lastly we can have on large devices and above, we can have max width of 3XL, and then lastly we can have on large devices we can have margin left of 52. Okay, then inside here is whereby I would like us to have our suspense. So because we would like whenever we don't have the data, I would like us to have an unloading icon here, a loading icon. So here I can just say suspense, so suspense pairing, so that is suspense, and then we can import it from React, and then we can separate our Rocco, that is our Rocco imports, like so. And then inside here we'll be having that is our all, which will be our all component here. And then here we will be having fallback, whereby if we don't have the results, then we'll be I would like to have the unloading that I talked about. So here, so fast now, so you can have just a simple div, and then here and then we can work on that one. So you can save. So now when you try, so let me see if it have saved. So let me see if it have saved. Okay, it has saved. Yeah, now. So now when you refresh, I believe now you should be able to see anything, that is the header, the subheader, and also all. So you should be seeing loading. So as it loads, what we can do, I will collapse everything. Then under my component here, I will have a file which I will call loading, that is .tsx, like so. Then I have RAFCE. So RAFCE, now so let me close this one. So and my sidebar, I believe we saw all because the response of getting all was very quick, so that's why the suspense didn't work as I expected. So now I would like us to work on our loading, so and then we can wrap it, and then the next part we can deal with the all component. Okay, so so what we can do here, we can start by importing the all component here. That is the all component, loading component, like they are coming from our components. And then here we can import the only thing we will be using here, which will be an icon, which will be lu loader 2. Okay, coming from React icon stroke lu. And then here on our div we can start by giving to the following classes, that is flex, and then flex call, and then justify between justify center, and then we can have item center, so we want everything to be in the center. And then we can have a h of, so that will be a custom one of 80 VH, so this is 20 VH less than the screen size. And then so that will be it. And then inside here, inside this div here, we'll be having our icon, so that will be lu loader, okay, loader 2. And then here we have the following classes, okay, that is a text of that is XS, and then text of zinc, that is zinc of 500. And then on dark devices, I would like us to have that is text of zinc 400. And then sorry on this part, I believe it is also okay. And then lastly we can have animate spin. So basically what this animate spin will do, will animate will make sure that this loader icon is spinning in an infinite loop. So that here you can see what it does here, that in an infinite there also. So what is not needed here is this text here. I made a mistake. So what is expected here is just a height of 7 and then a width of 7, and also we'll be having a male of 4, that is a margin top and margin bottom of 4. Okay, and then after that we'll be having a p tag. So this p tag is what I was confusing with, so that is fetching, I'll be just saying fetching results like so. And then here this div here, we can give it the following. So we'll be having that is text of that is xx, and then a text of zinc 500. And then on dark devices, on dark devices, I would like to have text zinc of 400 like so. And then now we can save everything. So on this part here, we can be able to see it when we have our data, when we are fetching this data right here, and expect it to render on our component, which will be an all we'll be naming it all component. Okay, that is all for this part, and then we'll be on the next part, we'll work on our all component. Okay, so we can continue. So basically now what we can do, just hide my terminal, and then I will open my sidebar here, then collapse everything. Then under our components here, you can create a new folder. So here we'll just call it options, that is options for all of these 4 routes. So basically here I'll just create a new component and then I'll just name it all .tsx. Then I'll just say RAFCE. Okay, and then here I just have a quick spin up of that, and then I will just hide my sidebar. So now what we can do here is just import it, that is all component, so that is capital A double L, then import it coming from that is our components, and then here it is going to be accepting props. So for this prop here, so first it will be results, or maybe you can just say, okay, we can just name it results. Okay, or you can just name it response, so it is what you choose. And then it will be of type the following. It will be an array. It will be an array. So here now we can just accept the results, which will be passing that is web data, that is web search dot not dot result but data. Okay, so this is because here on our console, that is on our tested value, here you can see the array itself is basically the data. So that is what we mean by having that is web search dot data. So we can continue by saving this one and then heading over to our that is to our all component here. So the first thing we'll do is just have our props. So here but first also we should also convert it to use client before we forget, or we mark it to use client. And then now we can have interface, that is interface or props. Okay, so for our props will be coming from our response here. So we are expecting data, description, and also host name, icon, and the URL. So we can start by having the title, that is the title, which will be of type string. And then also we can continue and have so description. So we'll have description, and then it will be of type string. And then here you can see here we have also raw data, that is raw description. I don't know if there is any changes between them. I haven't checked this part here, but I used on the finished version I used description. So and then we'll be having host name, icon, and the URL. Okay, that is, so let me see, host name small n, that is of string. And then here we'll be having the URL which will be of type string. And then last three will be having the icon. So the icon, so let me load the, that is Google 254. So on Google 254, I'll let it load. Here we can continue, and here now what we can do, we can say this object will be having the following type, that is all props. Okay, so now we'll be having autocomplete. So basically what we do here inside here, I'll be using just empty empty React.js fragments, and then here we'll be mapping the results. So here we'll say, so small letters, that is results dot map, and then here we say we accept the results, a single result, and then here we have an arrow, and then we have an object. Okay, so inside here is whereby we expect to have our values. So here what we can do, since we have an object, we cannot render anything inside here, but if you want to render everything directly, you can just use that is parenthesis, so that you can do that. So for us now, what we're gonna do now is return, that is return, so not return with an object, but return with a parenthesis now. And then here now we should be having a tag which will be of div. So inside here we'll be having a few divs, so is whereby we'll be having the following. So believe it should have loaded, and then we head over to our all. So let me minimize this one. So I believe the about is okay. So here you can see this is the icon, and then here we have the host name, and then as usual we have the URL, and then here is the description, that is the description, and also this one is the title. So you can see when you click you head directly to the URL. So what we can do now is just start by designing this div here, which will be flex, and then we'll be having flex call, and then margin bottom of 8, like so, and then we'll be having the key, which will be of results dot, that is we can just use the URL, and then here now we can have another div. So for this div is whereby we are going to have these two values here. So these two, so here we can start by having the image, and then also we'll be having another div. Okay, so let's start by designing this div here. So it will be of flex item center, and then also we'll be having a gap of 2, and then we can continue and have that is right clamp. So you can see here what right clamp does. It hides the overflow and then displays the WebKit box, and then you can see here it hides the overflow whenever the line is more than one. Sorry. So now here we can render the icon. So here now we can say result dot icon, and then here we can just say icon, and then we can have the following class name for our image here. So let me collapse this one so that we can see everything. So here I'll be having the following classes, that is object contained, and then also we'll be having a width of 8 and a height of 8, and then lastly it will be rounded full, like so. So now you can save. So you can see if we will be having the changes right here, and then inside this div here it won't have any classes. The div will be just having the p tag, whereby inside here we'll be having the results. So now you can see all the icons here, and also you can see the header is sticky, so everything is working as we expect. So now we have results, and then we can say result dot. So we accept here we accept to have the name, and then here we can have another p tag of which it will be the URL. I will say result dot URL, and then for this one we're gonna decrease the size of the we can decrease the size of our text, whereby we'll be having text dot x that is xx, that is xs. Then we can save. So after that, we'll be having, so now you can see everything is working as we expect here. So we have the link, we have the wikipedia.org, which is the host name. So you can see everything is working as we expect. And then here after that, now we can have these two, whereby it is the header or the link, and also we'll be having what we'll be having the description. So here we don't have any video, so what we can do, we can search for anything that we know will have a video. So so I have just searched for an, okay. So as it loads, I don't know if there is any issue with that finished version. Okay, so what I cannot do now, I will after so after this div here, so after this div here, I'll be having the link right here coming from that is next link. Okay, so here you can see it is coming from next link, and then here we'll be having href of which it will be coming from results dot that is the URL. Then in here, what we can do, we can have that is results dot that is dot title, and then for this link we're gonna give it the following class name. So that is we're gonna start by having text of brew 700, then we can have on dark devices, on dark theme, we can have text of blue 400, and then we can continue on hover. We can have so underline like so, and then we can have line cramp of 1, and then after that we can have now we can have the video. So here it have finished searching, so we still don't have any video, so I just search for Anne-Marie. Okay, just search for Anne-Marie. Okay, so here now you can see we have the videos. So you can see we have some different styling if you don't have the video, and when we have the video right here. So that is what I want to deal with it now. So first we need to make sure we know when we have the video and when we don't. So here sorry, here what I'll do, I create a function so that to check if the URL is will be able to display or play the video. So we can say const is video equal to, and then here we can use results dot URL dot include. So if it includes that is of the following string, that is, so what you can do, you can head over here for any response that has the YouTube URL. So like this one here, you can copy this one, the URL right there. So we can just remove the HTTP. So we can say if the URL has www.youtube.com/watch, we delete up to that point. So this means now we have the video. Basically, if we have this kind of a URL. Okay, so what I'll do now, after our link here, I'll be having a function whereby it's saying if we have the video is only when we want to display the following. So this condition whereby if we have the video is whereby we are going to display the following. So that will be the div. Then inside this div we'll be having, here is whereby we're going to have the video player, and then after that, so I can install the video player, or I can show what you are going to install. So you can search for React. So I don't know, I think it is React player, React player right here. I think, yeah, it is the React player. So here so you can see here we also have the URL. So this is the URL that you are going to pass to our React player. So you can just copy the install CLI, open our terminal, head over to our other terminal, and then we paste the command. Okay, then hide our terminal. So I don't want to hide my terminal. I would like to know when it finishes installing. And then after that, after having our video player, is whereby we now will be having the p tag. And then this, inside this p tag, we are going to have our description. So also for this description, we are going to use a package. So let me show you something. So when you head here onto our description, for this one I don't know if it has what I mean. Okay, so here you can see the description right here. So this is the description we want to display. So here you can see we have some tags. So here you can see we have some kind of a tag here. So we don't want to display this tag, we just want to display what this tag does to the world. So for this, so for the React player, I believe now we are done with it. Now you can see how you can be able to use it. We'll be using it exactly this way, no other changes except just having the height and the width. Okay, but we can just open a new tab just in case we need the tab. So what you can do, we can search for, that is HTML-Parser. Okay, don't know if it is parser 2 or HTML-Parser. So here it is, don't know, HTML-React-Parser. So sorry for that, don't know if it is this, not this one. That is HTML-React-Parser. Okay, so this one here. So we are going to use this package so that we can be able to render the HTML tag. So you can just copy it. So let it finish loading. So here you can see what it will do. So if here you have a p tag, you can be able to display the p tag, and then for the rest I believe it is not necessary because we'll be just passing our string, that is our response to our parser. Okay, So what you can do now, copy the install CLI, head back here. So let me expand this a bit, and then just paste the CLI, and then just minimize it. So here is whereby we are going to have our description. So I just have a comment here, we just have a description. Okay, so now since now we have our package so that we can be able to render our video, so here now we can say React player, that is React player coming from React player. So make sure you have this package, and also you have rendered it right here, and then you having we'll be having the URL first, and then this URL will be results. So for our parser here, it have finished installing, so now we can hide our terminal. So now we have we can pass the URL, so that will be result.url, and then here, so let me collapse this one so that we can see everything. Then after that, we'll be having the height will be of type of height 90 px, and then after that we'll be having a width, so that is a width of string 350 px, and then that will be it for that one. So now since we also have our parser, now what you can do is just render the description. It will be react.description. Now we can have this inside parentheses like so, and then here we can just have our HTML that is our HTML React parser here. So that is our HTML React parser. So you can just remove this part here, so it will be that way. That will be okay. I believe that way it will be okay. Yeah, so now here you can just save. Now I believe we should be having the changes. Okay, so this is amazing. So now here you can see, now we have the description, and also we have, so we have some kind of an issue, so let's fix that. So now you can see the video a bit stronger compared to our finished version right here, whereby we have some kind of flex for a div here. So let me minimize this one, and then so sorry for that. So for our div here, we'll be having the following classes. I totally forgot about this. To be having flex and a gap of that is a gap of 4. Okay, and then we can save our work. I believe that one will solve that. So let me close this one, and what we can do now is just head to localhost, and then you can have forward stroke all question mark something like anomaly. Okay, so let it load. So as it loads, now you can see we have our finished version right here. So basically the most important part, I believe I believe it is this one here, whereby we just need to check if the URL include this part of a string here, and if it does, we basically know that that one is a video. Okay, and then that means now we can render the video right here, and also we can have the description. So I can also realize that I forgot about the description. I forgot about the description when we don't have the video. So what you can do after this condition right here, we can have a p tag. So basically we can just copy this p tag here, and then we can just paste right there, and then we can give we can have some kind of dynamic classes here, whereby to be some dynamic classes here, whereby we can say if we have the video, that is the video. So if we have the video, then basically we don't want to display this p tag, and if we don't have the video is when we are going to have the following classes, that is line cramp of 2, and then also we are going to have on dark devices, on dark theme, we are going to have the following, that is text of custom color. We're going to have a custom color, that is BD, C1C, okay, and then 6. Okay, that will be the custom color that we'll be having. And then on light theme, we'll be having some custom color also, whereby we'll be having hash 20, 21, 24. Okay, and then that will be it. So let's open our terminal here. So I would like to refresh this part here so that we can see the changes. So on the next part now, we'll be working with our images here. We'll be working with our images, so you can close all of this. So now you can see a bit of an loader there. So we'll be working on this part here. So I don't know why it is not displaying. So let's search for something. Okay, let's search for something like, okay, like Rihanna. Give it a moment to load, since we are using we have converted our file into a cyclic function, whereby it must fetch the result, then we'll be able to render the page here. So now here you can see what I meant. So let me maximize this one. So now here you can see we have this image, we have basically this video here. Now you can see Rihanna here is a bit bold. Okay, and then you can see also here it is a bit bold there. So, and also here you can see it is a bit bold. Instead of displaying the tag bold, or that is B, we are having the bold. That is because of a HTML-Parser. So here you can see we have some kind of a beautiful Google clone. So here I won't play the video because of copyright, but basically here you can see you can be able to play the video also. So on the next part of the video, we'll be working on our image. So let me meet on this part, whereby we build this part there. So to continue, we can collapse everything or close every tab. That is Ctrl K, Ctrl W. So Control K, Control W. Then on our sidebar here, we can collapse everything. Then under our app, we have our Google search as usual, and then we'll head over to images, and then images page. Then we can hide our sidebar. So here is whereby we'll start our coding section of this part here. So we'll start by accepting search param props. So you can say that is search params, of which it will be of the following type. As early as we used the type that is search, params of type q, that is of type q, small q, and then it will be of type string. Okay, so sorry, so it will be of type string, but such param will be of type object. So first we wrap this q in an object like so, then we give this q a type of string, so a type of string right there. So this prop also can also be undefined, so we just give it a question mark right there. If we don't, that is because sometimes the user doesn't pass anything. Okay, so the next thing we can do is fetch our images depending on the search query. So here we can say const away as, that is const image search, which is equals to await, and then we have duck, that is duck coming from our search icon, coming from our actions, there it is. And then here we can pass the following. So the second one will be the search params.q, but the first one will be of string. So here on our finished version, on our RapidApi here, under that is images here, you can see here we are supposed to head stroke images endpoint. So this is the endpoint that we are supposed to use. So you can so here we can just copy it or just can write it like so, and head back here, and then we can have the stroke images, and then here we can convert this into a cyclic function, and then here we can just say so that is cyc like so. And then what we can do now is just change this one into suspense tag. So this suspense is coming from React, so here we have React, and then inside here what we can do, we'll be passing our component which we haven't created yet. So but first what we can do is have a fallback if we don't have the content. So we can have the fallback will be equal to an object whereby we can pass our component, that is our loading component coming from our components. Okay, so let's try to auto complete it, so give it a moment, or we can just import it. Okay, here it is. And then here now we can create our component. So under options, that is, you can collapse everything, then under components, then options, here we'll have our images. So let's change this one to small m, that is small m, then change this one to .tsx like so, and then here we can have RAFCE, and then here we can have that component. So okay, so this component will be accepting whatever we accepted onto our alt component, which will be results. So this result will be of type the following. So it will say results will be of type object. So this object will give them will have a few so let's just have the props first. So those objects will be having these props. So but first we can just give just an empty props, and then I will show where we'll get the props. So here we can just say they will have so this array objects will have images props, like so. You can save it right, like that. So, and also here we can also, before I forget, we should mark this component as use client. Okay, then we can save, and then here now we can have a component which will be that is images. Okay, and then here now we can have results, that result dot data. Okay, and then here now we can save. So now to see what we should be having for the props, now you can try to test our endpoint, that is our images, that is get images search result endpoint. So just give it a moment to test the endpoint. Also you can try it here. So here you can see here you have an example of those, but here we can use you can use this one or this one. So here now here is what we need. So we'll be having height, image token, source, then we'll be having tab that is thumbnail underscore token, title, URL, and then width. Okay, so here also you have title. So you can see they are the same props. So basically is image, the same thing. So what we can do now, you can head back here and then close this one, then head over to our images here. So now here is whereby we're gonna have we can start by having the URL. So you can start by having the URL, which will be of type string. Okay, and then also we'll be having the title, which will be of type string, and then lastly you can have the image itself, which will be of type string. Okay, and then with that now we can continue, whereby now I want to introduce to you the package that we'll use. So the package that we'll use to arrange our images this way. So to arrange our images this way, so here you can see they are not following any kind of pattern here. So each image is having its own height. So I think it is something like contained or something, but I'm not sure. So here what we can search for, so let me see. So that is React Machinery dash machinery, I think machinery CSS, here it is. So you can click the first link here. Okay, so this React Machinery, you can see here it is a kind of a grid for the object that you'd like to display. So you can see here it is kind of an object, and then here you can see you have the breakpoints. So for the breakpoints, I like to show you the breakpoints. So here are the breakpoints, but you have to find what works for you. But basically for us, so, but first I think I should copy the install CLI so that we can install the package. Okay, so for us we'll be working with this, and that is this breakpoint here. so they are the one that are working for us. So they are the one that are working for us this way. So let me hide my sidebar for my terminal for a bit. So you can copy this this breakpoint here, or you can head over to the Git repo and just copy them. So that is breakpoint column equals to that is an object, and then default will be 4, then 3000 to 6, 2000 sorry to 5, then we have 1200 to 3, 1000 to 500 to 1. Okay, now here we can change this one to masonry like that. So not I but O, that is masonry. So it have finished installing. So let's try to auto import it. So it is not working. So what you can do here is just import it, whereby you can just say import, that is import masonry from a string, then we say React masonry. So here it is like so, and then we have a semicolon right there. So we'll be also needing a link, so you can just import the link coming from, that is next link. So for the masonry here, it is expecting the breakpoint. Okay, so for the breakpoints here, we'll be having breakpoint. So here breakpoint column. Okay, then inside here we'll be having our images, but first we can have here we can have the following classes. So that is flex, and then mx of 4, and then we can continue and have a gap of 4. Okay, and then in here is whereby we can continue and map over our results. That is results dot map. Then we extract the individual, that is the individual image, whereby we can just say results like so, and then inside here, so you can see here it is a bit different, as I explained earlier when we were doing our all component, whereby here, because we are not using return, so let me hide that one. So since here we are not using any return, we can just render that is the React that is the React tags. That is basically the what we need to render inside here. So that is link. We'll be having link like so. So I would like to have just a tag. Then this link also is expecting the href. So this href will be results dot url, and then it will also have the key, which will be result dot url. Okay, and then also it will be having the following classes, of which it will be, so let me collapse this one so that we can see everything like that. And then here we can have a width of auto, and then also we can have a gap of 4, and then inside this link tag is whereby we are going to have our image. So for this image we are going to say results dot image, and then here for the tag we can have post underscore image. Okay, and then for the image you can have the following classes. So let's also collapse this one. Let me scroll upwards a bit like that, and then here we're gonna have the following classes, that is rounded LG, and then also we'll be having a width of full. And then last three, after this image tag, we'll be having a p tag, whereby we'll be having our header, our title, whereby we can just say result.title. Okay, and then this p tag, we can give it the following classes: line clamp of 1, and then we'll be having a margin top of 1, and then margin bottom of 4. Okay, and then we can save everything. Okay, so now you can see, since we are not rendering any component, rendering rendering using return, basically you can see now it is a bit different. And you can see here we cannot have maybe a function just before our React.js, that is our React.js tags here. So basically now you can see we have the end result, whereby we have all the image. So you can maximize it to the fullest, and then you can see what you expect here. So now you can see on it full glory. So now you can see how beautiful it is. So on the next part of the video, we'll be working on our news component. Okay, so you can minimize this one, and then close our image here, and then head over to image. You can head over to app, then Google search, and then under Google search you can head over to news. Okay, under news, let me hide my sidebar. Under news here, we're gonna repeat what we have in, that is page all here. So what you can do is you can just copy all of this, and then head here, and then just change this one to that. And then here, what you can do, copy the function here, and then you can just have the function just here. And then after that, you can have the imports. Okay, like that. So then we can change this one to a cyclic function, and then also we should be having accepting the search param, which should be of type object. So here we should have the search param like that, whereby we should be of type object. This object should have the queue. So let me minimize a bit so that you can see everything in one line. So here you can see we have you have the full line. So basically here it should be of type that of type object. Then this object should have queue, which will can also be undefined of type string, and that will be it. So to continue, basically to continue now, what we need to do is change this one to new search, and then this one to new search. Okay, and then what we can do now is create our component. So under our components, and then here under options, now we can have the the news, that is the news.tsx RAFCE. Okay, and then as usual we can open one of these, and then here you can copy what we the prop that it is expected to have, and then hide my sidebar here, then close this one, then close our all right there. Then here we can have the prop that you will be accepting. Then we can have first we can mark this one as use client. Okay, then after that we can have the interface, whereby we'll be having the props, that is the news props, like so. And then here we can just say use props. Okay, and then here what we can do now is just save everything, then head back here. What we can do is remove this one, so that is our all, and then here we can change this one to that is news. Okay, so let auto import it as so, and then here now what you can do is just save everything. So now here we have our news, that is our news page. So under our, so here so it is okay. I don't know why my my TypeScript sometimes freaks about div. It cannot find the name div, but it is not an issue. So we can head over here, whereby we can start by having our props. So for the images prop, you can repeat the same issue. So let me close this one. So you can repeat the same thing we had earlier. So whereby under news you can have the examples. So for the examples here, you can see you have the image, relative time, title, URL, and something like it is old. Okay, so here now we can have the following props. So that is URL, which will be of type string, and then we'll be having title, that is title. Then also we'll be having that is expert or excerpt, that is excerpt. So I don't know if we are using excerpt, so we are using it, that is excerpt. And then after that we'll be having the source, that is where it is coming from. So that is the source, like so. And then after that we'll be having the relative time, that is the relative time. Okay, and then lastly we'll be having the image. Okay, and then after that now we can change this one to just a React.js fragment, that is a React fragment. Then inside here is whereby we'll be having our mapped results. So here we can just say result dot map, and then here we can have the results, and then basically you can have an arrow, and then we can have the object just inside here. Sorry, not the object, but basically parentheses. Then here we can have our div. Okay, and then this div, what we will be having is just the key, which will be results dot URL. Okay, and then after that we'll be having a p tag. Then this p tag will be for the source, that will be result dot source. Okay, then it will be having the following classes, class basically that is text sm, and then so let me save this one first, and then after that we'll be having a div. So a div whereby will be this div will be having the following classes. So classes. So basically under our page here, I forgot something. So basically for our endpoint, when you head back here, you can see it has a different endpoint. So basically here I have just copied the endpoint. So basically the endpoint should be stroke news. Okay, and then basically now you can see we don't have the issue whereby it cannot find the div. So, and then here we can continue, and the div will be having the following, that is flex justify between, and then after that it will be having a gap of 4, and then margin bottom of that is margin bottom of 8. Okay, and then inside this div will be having another div which will be having the following classes, that is flex call, like so. And then inside this div we'll be having a link. This link will be coming from next link. So here it is coming from next link, that is next hook link. Then this link will be accepting ref, whereby this ref will be the result.url. And then inside here we'll be having the title, okay, that is result.title, okay. And then for this link here, so for this link here we'll be having the following class names, the following classes, that is after we have class name, that is on dark theme, we'll be having text blue 400, and then after that, if it is on light theme, we'll be having blue of 700, and then after that on hover we'll be having underline, and then line cramp of 2, like so. So we can save that one also. So what you can do, so it is working now. So here you can see now you have so now you have the result. So I think for the source here, maybe I have spelling mistake. So here we don't have the source. So let's try to test the endpoint here, and then we'll get back on that one, okay. So so after this link we'll be having a p tag. So this p tag will be having, that is result dot that is except, and then we'll be having the following classes. So first we'll be having line cramp of 2, and then on dark we'll be having some text custom one, that is text color custom one also, that is hash d, that is bd c1c6, okay. And then text, and then custom one also, that is on light, on light theme, that is 20, 21, 24, okay. And then we'll be having text sm, like so. And then after that, can save that one also. So after that we'll be having another p tag, whereby here is whereby we'll be having the relative time. So we'll be having result dot relative time, like so. So for the relative, so for the except, you can see here you're having the tags. So basically we don't want that. So for the AI here, you can also be having the tag. So what you can do now here is just wrap our except, that is result.except, with our HTML-Parser. So here you can have HTML-React-Parser. So that is React. So here it is React-Parser. So, and then basically we can remove this one. So basically that import is okay, and then you can save. And now I believe you should be having some changes, okay. And then for this relative time, so now you can see under AI, now it is bold, and then here we have our relative time. So we'll be having classes for our relative time, so that will be dark, and then So basically I think what we can do, we can just have margin top of 2, and then I will be having text sm so. Okay, and then here, since we are having this both sorry, since we are having both these p tags having the same colors, so what we can do, we can head over here and then have the text color there, because here we are already specifying the text color. That means it will override this text color here. Okay, so now you can save that one, and then after this div here, we can continue and then just have our image. Okay, and then so here you should have a space, because you can see here the excerpt is a bit longer. And then for the image, you can say result dot image. Okay, but sometimes you usually don't have the image, so basically I don't know. So but let's see our results here. So here we don't have the source. Basically on my finished version, I think I have the source. So let's see, let it load, then we can see. So basically, or maybe it is the syndicate, I don't know. That is except relative syndicate title URL. Okay, except. Okay, so here also we don't have that is the source. So here we can have the image, but I would like to render the image. That is, if we have the image, sometimes we usually don't have the image. So basically just something that I don't like. So here now we can say, if we have the image, now we can have the image. Okay, then we can just remove this one. Okay, then for the image here, you can have the class, that is the class name, and then here we can have a height of 24 and the width of 24. Okay, and then rounded MD, and then we can save. Then we can save and see what we have. So now you can see what we have right here. So now you can see they all both have the same width and height. I was worrying. So here it is still showing this if you don't have the image. I don't know how we can do that. Let me collapse this one. Okay, so it is okay that way. So basically but it is okay the way it is. But basically if I find a way to do that, because basically we have the other props. Basically it is hard to know if we don't have the image, but I will research on that one and then I will get back to you. Okay, so basically we can continue. I'll close everything, that is Ctrl K, Ctrl W. Then I will head over to my app here. Then under my app, we'll head over to, that is the videos. Under videos, we have our page here. So okay, the images are there. It is that sometimes they are not loading. Okay, so you can see they are all there, but we'll see how we can do that. But because I was also getting that issue earlier on. So now we'll be working on our image, our videos. That way I have opened the video, that is the videos page. So we can head over to the videos. So for the videos here, we like to also to open another one, that is the news one here. So what you can do, you can copy this one here, then override this one, that is our div here. Then also we can copy the imports, that is our imports, all of the imports. And then you can just remove that is the news one, and then here we can just copy our function, here. So here is, so we don't have the source, but basically we have the syndicate. I don't know if we can just use the syndicate because on my part here, I think I usually had the source. I don't know, but basically I think they have updated the data. So basically here everything is coming from Bing, that is the syndicate. So basically what we can do, basically I was also still thinking about that, and then here under news, what we can do is just remove the source. Can just remove the source. I don't know if you can just leave it there, so it is just your preference. You can leave it there or you can just remove it. Okay, and then here now we should accept the props. So here we have the props, all of them up to that point. So converting our making our function syncric. So there it is. So I don't know. Okay, let me just write it. So here we just have that is the search params, and then of search param will be an object. Okay, so this object will be q question mark then string. Okay, and then here we can mark our we can have our function as syncric function right there. And then also we can change our endpoint to video. So you can head over here and see which endpoint we have right here. So you can just copy the endpoint like that up to that stroke. Okay, and then here you can just change this endpoint right here to that is stroke videos. Okay, and then open our sidebar, collapse everything, then under our component, then option, you can create a new component, namely videos.tsx. then you can just spin it up very quickly using RAFCE. Okay, just let it load like so. Now, so remember it will be accepting results. So result will be of type array. So type array, we can just leave it at that, like up to that point. So what we can do here now is just have the videos. Okay, that is the videos right here. So now we can just save everything and then close both of the pages, then hide our sidebar. Then now we can start by having the props. So you can repeat the same process that we used with our other endpoints. So here you can see we have all the that is all the props. So basically you can just copy them all. Basically you can just have them copied from here, whereby we'll be having videos props. Okay, and then here we can start by marking it as use client. So here you can have interface videos props. Then inside here we can start by having the URL, which will be of type string, and then also we'll be having title but not the thumbnail. So instead of thumbnail we'll be having description, that is description, and then after that we'll be having that is published, okay, published on capital O, and then published, and then after that we'll be having the publisher. So you can see here we have published on, published, publisher, and also we'll be having the image, but we don't need the image. We'll be needing the description and the title also, and the URL. So we have all the prop needed. So for all our packages we have already installed them, so we will not be needing any new packages. So here we can start by having just an empty React.js fragment. Then inside here we'll be having mapped over results. Then we'll be having results.map, extract the individual results. Then we have an arrow, then we inside here we'll render our result. So it will be in a div. Then this div will be having the key, which will be result.url. okay, and then after that we'll be having class name, which will be margin bottom of 8, and then after that we'll be having link, that is coming from next link. So and then it will be accepting href. Href will be result.url, and then inside here we'll be having the title, that will be result.title, and then for this link here it will be having the following classes, that is class name. Then we can have that is on dark devices we'll be having text 700, that is blue 700, not sky but blue, and then after that we'll be having text blue, that is 700. So this one is 400, not 700. On dark devices is 400, then on light devices will be having 700. Then after that we'll be having on hover we want underline, okay, and then after that we'll having line cramp of 1, okay. And then now you can save and see what we have. And then after that now we'll be having a div, and then inside here we'll be having a div, another div. So now you can see here what we have. So everything is great and is working as we expect, so great work. And then here we can start by having the following classes for our first div, which will be flex, and then a gap of 4. Then for this div here, so for this div here we'll be having the following class name, classes will be a custom height of 90 px, and then a width of 250 px, okay. And then after that inside here we'll be having that is React. So just a component here, a package that is React player, React player. So here we should be having two of our import, that is React player and next link. Okay, then this React player is accepting our URL. Our URL will be result.url, and then here we'll be having height. So for our height will be of string, then we'll be having 90px and then 250px, but we'll be having 150px. So let me drop this one this way, or let me just save. But I think this way one can be able to see everything much better. And then so as it is okay. So what I can do is just minimize so that you can see everything in one line. So basically we just basically have the React player component, and then it will be accepting URL, that is react.url, result.url, then height of 90px, that is basically a string, and then width of 150px. Okay, so after that div, we'll be having another div that is for our description. So I'll just maximize a bit like so, and then inside here we'll be having two p tags. So for this React player here, I would like to mention one thing about it. So it will render or video basically from Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, that is all X, from all social media accounts. So basically don't worry, that is why I haven't even worried about where the video is coming from, because React player is warning about all that. So it makes our work very much easier. Okay, so that is very important to mention. And then here we'll be having two that is 2p tags. So that is to continue. And then we can start by having classes for this div. So classes for this div, we will start by having dark. So that is dark. Okay, don't like this. I don't like to repeat custom classes, so I'll head over to something like news, and just copy this class custom classes here. So you can do the same. So it's just the same classes we wrote earlier. So that is hbdc1c6 and then #20212124. Okay, and then after that we'll be having text sm, and then lastly we'll have space of y2. Okay, and then here for this p tag here we'll be having some class name, which will be sorry, that is one of them, will be only one. Okay, that is line gram of 1. Okay, sorry, of 2. And then in here we'll be rendering, that is our results. So basically I don't know if they have the bold and whatever, but to be sure, what we can do is just have our HTML-Parser, our parser here. So I would like to import it this way because it is a bit shorter. So that is HTML-React-Parser from HTML-React-Parser. Okay, and then here we can have results. Then so basically we just pass result.description. Okay, and then after that we'll be having some item inside here, that is a span, and then also we'll be having another span. Okay, and then so here we'll be having the following classes. So will be flex and then a gap of 2. Okay, so I'd like to confirm something. So here for our published time here, basically I said we won't need any other package, but basically we'll be needing something else, which will be React, that is React moment. Okay, so you should install React moment. So here it is, so let it load. So for React moment will help us to convert time. So here under our API here, you can see our time. You cannot be able to read it out. So basically a React moment will help us to do that. So basically on our finished version here, so like this 1 hour, 1 hour ago, it will display something like this. So let's install it. So just copy the CLI, then head over to our terminal here, clear it, then paste the command, add all the CLI, just hide our terminal right there. So we can start by rendering published by, that is published by. Is not published on, sorry, so I'm getting confused about something. Okay, so result, so that is published on, so published on, basically it is published on which platform, so that will be result dot published on, and then after that we'll be having the publisher, so who published this video, that will result dot publisher. Okay, and then for this one, for the publisher, we'll be having some different classes, the different color text, that is text of the color, color of the text will be text custom one, that will hash 9 double A, then also we'll be having 0 A6. Okay, and then after that, so let's see our moment have, so our moment have finished installing. So now, so here my React is still freaking about this tag, so don't worry about it. And then after that we'll be having our moment here, that will be moment, which will be of tag, then we import it from that is React moment. So here it is. So now you should be having 4 imports, so right here they are, and then here we can continue, and then here we should pass whereby, sorry, where we should start by, basically let me just show you. Basically we want to start from now, so basically we'll get 1 hour ago, that is basically starting from now. Okay, or starting from where the content was published. Okay, so basically start from now, basically is will start basically when the content was published, that is basically 1 hour ago, 2 days ago, 3 days ago, and etc. So here we can just say result dot, that is result dot published. Okay, so I believe that is result dot published, and then now we can save our content. So let me maximize it. So let's see, so just give it a moment to load. So now here you can see now we have all the content. So basically I don't know if we have a video from a different platform, but basically I think most of them are from YouTube. So that is YouTube, that is broke something here. 10 hours ago, 9 hours ago, like Jennifer, so 9 hours ago. Okay, so for like this one here, it is not displaying anything. And then here, YouTube, CNBC, television 5 hours ago. So everything is okay. But I don't know, I will search on this part here whereby it is not displaying from other platforms. So here we can just search for React player. I don't know if it is going to show anything. So I just refreshed my page here so to see if it shows from other social medias. I know it is usually showing from Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and they're mostly the famous YouTube platforms. So here are the mention of them. So basically, let's see most of them. So let it load. So basically here are the platform, the URL that they usually display. That is YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, SoundCloud, Streamable, Vimeo, Wistia, Mixcloud, Dailymotion, and Cultra. Okay, so basically I believe it won't display. That is from Bloomberg, that is Bloomberg, sorry, .com. It won't display anything. But it will display usually from those social media that we have just seen. Okay, so this is for hydration issue, so don't worry about this part here. This is because I just refreshed my page, but I had shown you how to fix that issue. So to fix that issue, sorry, you can just do that here. You can just do that here and you won't have any issues with that. Okay? So now on the next part of the video now, we'll be dealing with our, that is our Google Lens, that is our Google Lens clone. So basically here, when you paste the URL, will be directed to another page for the images that you have, maybe for the images and the response, that is the image that you have searched for, and various images that look like your image. Okay, so here it is still loading. So basically, let me meet on the next part of the video, whereby I will also have a bit more answers on that part. Okay. So now let's build our Google Lens clone. So basically, we're gonna start by building this model right here. So basically, that is it, and then we're gonna later on we're gonna work on our page.csx, that is under our app. So basically, under our app here we have lenses. Now here is whereby we are going to have the results and everything else. But first, what we should do is create a file, namely file upload. So this one will help us to upload to that is Uploadthing, and also push push the user to lenses, that is lenses route with the URL. So basically, we're gonna have RAFCE to spin up the component very quickly, and then here we're gonna save it, and then I just collapse everything, then head over to that is search form. Basically, you can start with the header here, then close my sidebar. So here I will start by importing that is that is file upload, coming from that is, you can say, stroke component, and then we can have stroke file upload. Okay, you can have it this way, that way, and then after that, what we're gonna do is now have our lens here, but first I think we should have our hook. that is to set the modal true and false. So basically, you can say, basically you can have just it this way, just set the upload modal, and then show the upload modal and set show upload modal. Okay, initially it's going to be false. Basically here you can see it. So now here we're gonna be doing it this way. We're gonna be doing it two ways. Basically I would like to show two ways to how to do it. Basically first I would like to use an add operator, whereby if the show upload modal is true, I would like to show the modal. Okay, and then later on our other part we are going to have to use our hide. So basically I'll show you how to do that using dynamic template. So to start we can say show that is upload modal, like so, and then we have our AND operator there. Then inside here is whereby we are going to have our div. So inside this div is whereby we are going to have our that is our modal. Then after that we are going to have it inside another div. So here we can have a file upload, like so, and then here we also be passing we'll be passing in the prop. So basically we can just say set modal, just a simple one. Then we can say that is set show upload modal. Okay, so we'll be passing this this prop to our file upload. Okay, then here to continue we can start by giving this div the following classes, and then so first it will be relative, that is relative, and also we can say show shadow to excel, that is to excel, and then we'll be having the following classes for the second div, that is absolute, like so, and then we'll be having negative margin top of 7, and then we'll be having the width, that is small medium device will be having a custom width of 512, that is 512 px, and then on large devices we'll be having custom width of 800 px, like so. And then with that we are done with this part. Okay, now we need to set the modal to true. So we using this icon, that is the BS camera field, so it is the last icon here. So we can start by giving it margin left of 1. So basically to give it just some spacing so that the user can click with comfortability. And then here we can have cursor pointer, like so, and then we can have an on click function here. So here we have an on click function. So here we are using an on click function to set modal to true, that is an arrow function, and then set the modal to true. Okay, now you can save that part, and then when it is saved we can try to click this part here. So now on the last part, so let's head over to, okay, so let's remove this one. Okay, let it have that way. So basically I load something that should not have been there. So to continue now I'll head over to, okay, here we should be having C, that is class. So that is the issue with it. Now you can save, and then now we'll be heading over to form, that is search form. So inside here is whereby we are going to have a file upload right here. Okay, so we can start by copying a few things here. So the first one will so I believe it is this one, or this one. Okay, this one here, that is the modal, that is the use state. Instead of just rewriting it here, we can have it, and then after that we'll be having to copy the upload, that is the import. Okay, in the import, then we have it right here, that is the import. So now here you can try to click this part here. So now here you can see the modal, that is the file upload. So let's head over to home page, whereby I will be working on also the modal. So now when we click this one, you should be seeing our modal also. Okay, so Now I would like also to have this part here. We can start by having an on click function here. You can say on click, then we can have an arrow function, then we can set so an arrow function missing the arrow right there, then you can say show modal, so that is show upload modal, that is set it true. So and then here now we can have our upload modal will be in a div, it will be in a div, then it will also be in another div. Then here we'll be having a file upload, then we'll be passing the prop, which should be set show upload modal, like so. So to continue now, we're gonna give our div the following classes. So first we're gonna give it the following classes, that is class name equals to string. Then we're gonna start by giving the following classes. So it will be custom classes, but basically not a string. So we'll be starting by having dynamic template, then dynamic string. Okay. Then we can say if the modal is true, so that is show, modal. If the show modal is true, then we'll be having a string, that is our classes, else we'll be having another string that is hidden. Okay, if it is false we'll be having hidden, and if it is true we'll be having block, and then also we'll be having shadow of 2xl, and then last three will be having relative. Okay, there it is. And then here we can continue and have the following classes for our last div here. We're gonna start by having absolute, that is absolute, and then here we'll be having negative margin left of, that is margin left of 6. Okay, and then negative margin top of 7, and then also we'll be having absolute, sorry, we already have absolute, and then we can have the width now. So that is sm, we'll be having sm, then custom width, that is custom width of 578 px, and then last three we can have on large devices, we would like to have custom width of, okay, that is custom width of 800 px, like so. Okay, now you can save that part also. I believe now when you try to click this part here, you should be having we can be able to click. So here we forgot to do something, to add cursor pointer, that is cursor pointer like so. Okay, now we can head over to our file upload here. We can start by accepting the prop, so that is set modal, which should be of type set modal, which should be of type an arrow function, that is parenthesis, then arrow, then will be of void. Then here, since we are passing an item to our set modal here, we will be also saying this modal will be of type boolean. Okay, so that is the boolean that we are passing to our modal right here. Okay, so now on our case here, now we shouldn't be having this error since now we are accepting the modal. Okay, and then also here we shouldn't be having the issue since we are accepting the modal. Okay, so it takes a second also for the error to disappear, so we can close both of them, and then here we can start by working on our div here. So let me remove this one here. Then we can start by giving this div the following class name. So it will start by, so here we can try to check this one. So here you can also see the file upload. So let's start by giving this div the following classes. That is on dark, we'll be having bg, that is a custom bg of hash 30, that is 30, 31, 34. Okay, 34. And then for the rest of the color that is on light theme, will be having a bg of, that is 6 ff. That is, we can also have maybe bg of white. I don't know if it will be the same. And then I would like basically to remove everything else. I don't think we need it. And then here we'll be giving it a shadow of excel, that is excel. And then also we'll be having rounded 3 excel, and then also px, that is px of 4. And then we'll be having pb of 6, that is padding bottom of 6. Okay, and then after that we'll be having another div here, whereby inside this div we'll be having a p tag. So for our p tag here is whereby we are going to have this text here, so you can just copy the text and then you can just have it right there. And then after that we'll be having an icon. So this icon will be LIA times solid. Okay, so you can import it. It is coming from, that is React icon. So lastly, since here we are not converting this component into grad component, because both of our, that is our search here, and you head over to the top here, you can see it is a current component. The same with our header. So that is having converted that component into use current, that means its children, basically its children, which is one of them is file upload, it is also use grant by default. Okay, so no need to convert it into a use grant. Okay, so now we can start by giving this div the following classes. So that will be flex, and then also we'll be having justify between, then we'll be having a padding, that is a padding of 4, not 0 but 4. And then we can give this this p tag some classes. Also we'll be having on large devices and above, we'll be having ml, that is a custom ml of 30%. And then on smaller ones we'll be having a custom one also of 20%. Okay, and then here we'll be having some class name for our icon, whereby we'll be having a h of 6 and then a width of 6 and a cursor pointer. Okay, like so. And then here we can have an on click, an on click. Then here whereby you can just say set the modal to false. Okay, so now you can save on that part there, right there. And then we can continue. After this div we can have our form. Okay, so we won't be needing this part here, but also we can copy our function, that is our on submit function from here. So you can just copy the function right there and then just paste it here. So what you can change is this URL right here. You can change the name basically to search URL, and then also this one you can just say search URL. Okay, then here we can change this query to URL. So we create a hook, a use state hook with URL in the name URL. Then here we'll be pushing the user to lenses. Okay, so now we can start by having our hook. So we can say const that is a square bracket, then we can have our URL right there. Then what we are expected to do is import our use state, and then here we can have our router. So we can say router equals to use router. Okay, so now we can import our router from next navigation but not from next router. Okay, right there. So now also we should import our QS. So import that is QS coming from that is query string file query. So query string there it is, query string, like so. So now here I made a mistake here, so it should be capital S. Okay, like so. Now our function is correct. Now the way it is okay. So now what we can do now here is have an on submit, whereby we can have on submit. Okay, now that is our function. Then inside here we'll be having, the first thing we'll be having is our upload drop zone. Okay, that is coming from we'll be having it from, that is Uploadthing. We'll be having it from Uploadthing. It is the one of the packages that we'll be using. Okay, but basically it comes with the current component that we will install later on. Okay, so now we can start by having classes for our use for our form here. So we'll be having on dark devices, we'll be having a custom BG of hash 20 21 24. Then on light dim we'll be having, that is hash f8, that is f8 f9 fa. Okay, and then we can continue and have a padding of 4, then continue and have a that is rounded MD. Then we'll also be having a border, that is border, and then also this border will be dashed, so we can say border dashed, like so. And then we can give this border some color, custom color, whenever we are on dark theme. So so let me remove that part there. So it will be border, then we can say custom one, which will be hash, that is hash 4b4, and then we'll be having C50. Okay, and then after that, so after this upload, so that is upload drop zone. After that upload drop zone, we'll be having so let me show you, we'll be having this or here. So we'll be having that or there, so let's have it. It will be in a div, and then this div now will have the p tag, whereby we're just saying or. So now we can start by giving this div the following classes. So that is my of I think my of 2, and then flex, and then item center, and then also we can have before, that is before something. Okay, before, and then we'll be having, so that is before of margin top of 0.5, and then also we'll be having before, that is before of flex 1. Okay, and then also we'll be having before, that is before, we also will be having border top, so not bottom but top. Okay, and then on dark, that is on dark before right here, we'll be having a border, that is a border of custom color, which should be hash 30 31 34. Okay, and then we can continue and say after, then we'll be having margin top of 0.5, that is 0.5. then also we'll be having after, that is after flex of 1, so that is flex of 1. Then also we can have after that is border top. Okay, and then on dark we can have after, that is border, so that is after, then we have border, like so, that is border of custom color, which should be hash 30 31 34. Okay, so let me scroll up a bit. So those are the classes for both of these lines. Basically, you can see on the right, on the left, we have lines, and then for this div, for this p tag, we'll be having the following class name, that is mx of 4, and then margin top, bottom of 0, sorry, and then text center, then font of semi-bold, so of semi-bold. Then also we can continue and have a text of white, so that is white. Okay, and then you can save and see what you'll get after that. So after that, div will be having another div here for our input. So here we can start by giving the following class name. Okay, so for the class name will be flex, then justify between, then we'll be having a gap of 2. Okay, like so. Then inside here is whereby we'll be having our div, another div basically. Then inside this div we'll be having our input. So for the input will be of type search, and then we'll be having an ID. So basically remember on our search here we are using so here you can see we have also another form here, and then now we are having our file upload. So that means we are using this input inside another form. So basically we have a form inside another form. So basically that means we need to give this input an ID so that it is not being confused with the input here. Okay, so to do that you can give it a div like so, and then you can say search URL. Okay, and then we can maybe save this, and then we can have Prettier arrange that for us. So then we can start by having classes for this div. Okay, so for the first part we'll be having some custom color, so it will be dark. It will be dark of bg, that is hash 30, 31, 34, and then we can continue and say border, that is we'll be having border. Then we can have border color here, that will also be custom one, hash 35, 37, and then 3a. Okay, and then we can continue and say on hover we would like to have border of blue 500. Okay, so not 50 but 500. Then we can continue and say we'll be having also flex, and then shadow, that is shadow LG, and then focus within. A focus within will be having shadow LG here, and then we can continue and max width of MD, and then you can continue and also have some other widths, that is full width, and also we'll be having rounded full, and then also we'll be having px of 5, and then we'll be having py of 3, and then item center, and then for the width that I talked about, that is SM, and then max width, that is max width of LG, and then on large devices we'll be having max width of Excel. Okay, so now you can save that part there. So let me drop this here. Okay, then here we'll be having some classes for our input here, and then these classes will be bg transparent. Okay, and then focus, that is focus, I don't know, focus, just focus, and then we'll be having outline none, and then here we'll be having mx of 2, so that is mx of 2, and then a width of full. Okay, and then here we'll be having value, which should be of URL, and then here we'll be having an on click whereby we'll be accepting an event with an arrow function. Then we'll be saying set, that is set URL to e dot target dot value. Okay, and then after that, so you can save that part. So after that, after this div here, after our input div here, we'll be having our button. And then here we'll be just saying search, like so, and here we'll be having type submit, like so, and then we can have the following classes. So we can have classes, that is class name, then we'll be having classes, that is dark. On dark devices we'll be having, so basically it is this color here. You can just copy the whole of it. I believe, okay, I think on Hoover, that is on Hoover, basically on this Hoover here, basically on Hoover border we have a border here, and then also I would like Hoover, another Hoover here, but basically let me see first. So it is okay, it is okay. I wanted to do something right there wrong, but it is okay. And then, so not on change, here I made a mistake. Basically I just seen this right now. Here we are not using an on click, but we are using on change. Okay, like so. Now we shouldn't be having any error because the value is there. And then here we can continue and have bg transparent. So I was confusing Hoover, that Hoover I wanted to write here with this one, whereby on Hoover basically we are having a bg of transparent, that is on light theme. Then dark will be having Hoover, then we'll be having bg transparent. Okay, that is what I was confusing it with. And then we can have, that is py of 2, and then we can continue have px of 6, that is of 6, and then text blue 500, and then we can have also border, and then custom color of the border, whereby we'll be having a custom one which is hash 35 37 3a. Okay, then we can continue and have Hoover. So let's have Hoover just after this Hoover here. Then we'll be having Hoover, that is for the right theme. We'll be having bg slate 300. Okay, and then I'll be having rounded full, like so. So now when you save, we should be having something different here. We should be having our button, and also I forgot something here. So we should be having a placeholder for our input. So here it is. So you should be saying paste image link. Okay, so here you can see now we have our button here on Hoover, it is transparent, and then here in a bit we are going to have that is the paste image. Okay, so now we have the paste image. So on the next part of the video we are going to work on our upload, that is upload thing, whereby we will try to upload our image. So here you can paste any image and then will be pushed to, that is the lenses. So this part we know already is working because we already tried this function on the other part of the video. Okay, so now we'll meet on the next part of the video whereby we'll work on our upload thing. So now we can continue working on our Google Lens clone. So basically now we'll work on our upload thing. So basically what you should do, you should search for, that is upload thing. Okay, so here it is, and then you can click on the first link. So when you click on the first link, we will be on this page right here. What you can do here is just click sign in, and then you can continue with GitHub. Okay, so just give it a moment to sign you in. So if it is your first time, you basically get that chance to authenticate using GitHub. Okay, so here what you should do, you should create a new app. So here I would like us to give it a name. So I will give it like Google clone. Okay, or you can say, okay, Google clone. You can just say Google clone, or maybe you can say Lenses clone, like so, and then the rest you can leave it as they are. So okay, so here what you can do here is head over to our APIs here. So that is API key, and then you can just copy all of them like so. So here you can see there is nothing else to do here. So now on our sidebar here, I will collapse everything. Then under that is on the root of the project, I will create a new file. Then I will name it .env.local. Okay, and then I will paste my environment variable here. Okay, then I will save. So that is it on that case. Then on our terminal here, so now you should see that our env have been loaded. Okay, so so now what I would like us to do is head over to that is documentation. So here you can see we have doc, so you can head over to docs, and then here on your sidebar here you can see on how to use it with page and other platform. So here we'll be using that is Next.js stroke app. Okay, so here what you can do, first install the packages that we will need, that is Uploadthing and Uploadthing stroke React. So open our terminal here, then our second terminal, and then just paste them here and then hit enter. Okay, so to continue, basically we have already done this part here whereby we have added our environment variables. So basically here what we need to do is create this API route here. So you can just copy the name of Uploadthing instead of just writing the name. So I'll just minimize this part here and then open my sidebar. Then I will collapse everything. Then under our app here, we should create a new folder that is API, like so, and then also so it have finished installing. So you can see no issues, basically it is done. So now you can hide our terminal. So inside our API here, we can create a new file also that is Uploadthing. Okay, then after that what you should do, you should create this that is core.ts. okay, so I have just copied the name, that is core.ts. so inside core.ts you can copy all of this code, but we won't be using the whole of it. I just show you how you can edit it so that it can work on our favor. Okay, so and then we can continue. After that we'll be having to, we must also have that is route.ts. That is to make sure we have the API route. So API route, basically it is the same as our page. So basically for our route, basically that is our API route. Basically it is heading over to API stroke upload, that is Uploadthing. Then it is on Uploadthing, it won't look what is inside here, it will look what we have inside, that is route.ts. so basically this one is just something that we are going to have inside our route. Okay, so basically if you have only this one and you are using everything inside here, basically it won't work. It is so route.ts is a reserved maybe you can just say route.ts is a reserved word to make sure that our API routes are accessible. Okay, that is the same as the page, whereby the page are usually accessible using page.ts or something else. Okay, so now here we can just copy this part here. Okay, and then you can just maybe we can start by removing all of this. We won't be needing all of this, so as it is here, I think it is okay as it is. So we can hide our sidebar, so you can see everything in one line. So basically the way it is okay. and then you can save and then close that one. So basically also I believe also this one we can close it, and then here, so let me see. So here basically we'll be left with a few things. So basically we can be left with this part here. Okay, so we'll be left with that part there, and also this part we can remove. Okay, and then since here we have that error, now we can remove with it the whole comment and the user, like so. And then also that is this function here, you can remove the whole of it, yes, so. And then that is the console log here, we can also remove it, and also that is the same as basically, okay, like so. Basically we can just remove everything here, and then we can just write a new function, like so. So then we have our function inside there, and also we can remove this comment here, and also this function right here, and then this one here. Okay, so now we have so let me save as it is so that I can see everything better. So now we have that is image uploader here. So I believe, okay, so so everything inside here, basically we can just remove them, and basically we can just start from scratch. So I believe this way it is much easier. So here we can just have the first thing that we can have here is that is server image, okay, whereby we'll be having colon, like so, and then we'll be saying f, basically this function right here, and then here we'll be using that is parentheses, and then we'll be having an object inside here whereby we'll be having the image, and then we can say we'll be starting by having inside this object, we'll be having first thing that is max file, that is max file size, whereby we can just say into an object whereby we can just say 4, so that is 4 MB. So basically you can see we have a lot of option here, so you can even have 1 GB to a lot of them basically, but we'll just use 4, that is 4 so it can be 4 MB, not 4B. So 4B it is very small, so we can just say 4 MB. Okay, so let's see if there is another bigger option here. So you can have 16 MB. I believe 16 MB is okay, like that. And then after that we can have the number of file that we like, the max file size that we like the user to upload, that will be max file. Okay, and then you can have the a number right there, which for our case it will be 1. Okay, and then after that we can have dot, so it will be dot upload complete, dot upload complete. Then inside here we'll be having an arrow function, so like so, and then we'll be just having just an empty arrow function in that case. Okay, and then after that we can have a comma, and then we can have message, sorry, that is message file. So that, let us have the name, that is message file. Okay, then we will be having our function, that is f, and then parentheses, then square brackets, whereby it will be, so sorry, that will be image, that is image, basically just image here. And then after that we'll be having dot, that is dot upload complete, the same thing we have here, it will be just an empty arrow function. Basically we will not be executing anything. So that way now I believe everything here now is set the way it is. So what we can do now, so head over here. Now I would like us to work on our, that is on our styles, to make sure that now we can be able to upload. So to do that, can head over to our sidebar here, and then what we can do is collapse everything, and then here we can have a lib, that is a folder, sorry, that is a lib folder, so that inside here we can have uploadthing, that is uploadthing, okay, uploadthing.ts. so here is whereby we are going to fetch everything from our module. So basically here we installed this particular package, so we are going to use it here. We are going to use it so that we can get these buttons here. So basically we don't have to copy anything here there. Basically what we can do here, we can start by importing the following. So that is generate upload, that is upload button. So here it is. And then also we can also generate, that is drop zone. So basically they use that is React drop zone, or basically something like that. And then after that we can have another import which will be coming from type, and then we can have an object here. Then you can say our, that is our file that is our file router. So basically coming from core. So basically remember here we have created an API, and then stroke API we have uploadthing. So let me just expand this. So here you have uploadthing, then inside here you have our core. So here is whereby we are getting our, that is our file router, okay. And then here, so we can also close this one, hide our sidebar, and then after that now we can export the following. So that is export const upload button. So now we have the upload button, but you can say generate button, and then here we can have a type, it could be of type our file router, okay. And then now we can execute it as so, and then you can just execute it. So here I forgot to do something, that is const, okay. So sorry for this part here, okay. So we shouldn't be having that upload, whereby we shouldn't be having this upload button. Basically here this is the name of the function that we are exporting, that is upload button, but not basically importing it from our, that is from our at upload thing stroke React, okay. So that is my mistake right there. So the next thing, so let me minimize this so that you can see everything in one line. So basically you can see the two import that I have here, that is the only two import that I have. And then for our file router here is another import that I have from my local from our project, okay. That is our file that we have created, and then here we have our function which we are exporting, okay. So to continue, you can also export const, that is upload, that is upload drop, that is upload drop zone, okay. Whereby we can just say generate drop zone as so, and then here we can have of type that is of type our file, that is our file router, and then we can just execute it as so, okay. Now you can save. So now you can see everything in one line basically right there. So okay, now we can continue and also close this one and basically head over to, that is file upload. So if you are not here, you can head over here by having file upload and then clicking enter, okay. So here we said we will have that is our file, that is our upload drop zone from that is uploadthing. So here we'll have it. So basically here we can have just a component right here, okay, and then inside here we can have our upload, that is our upload drop zone which you have just created. So that is coming, it is not coming from at React, it's not coming from at Uploadthing React, but it is coming, it should be coming from, okay, it should be coming from our lib, okay. So it should be coming from our lib. So let me see why it is not auto completing for me. So it is not auto completing for me, so we can just import it from, so here we can say import, and then here we can say that is upload. Yeah, now we have it right here. Now we should be having this one, that is upload. So here I made a mistake, so we can head over here and just change that. I made a mistake while spelling this part here, and also I seem to have an issue here. Okay, okay, I seem to have an issue right here. So let me rename this part here, that is upload, and also here I can just have upload. Okay, then I can save that there, and then here I can just change this one to upload. Okay, so now on this case I don't have the error, and then so now we can close that one. So here it is expecting a few things. So basically you can see endpoint is missing from type object. So now we can have the following now we can have the following props. So basically we'll be starting by endpoint. We'll be having endpoint, that is the endpoint, whereby we can have different endpoints. So basically we'll be using a message file, okay, and then after that we'll also be having on client complete, client upload complete, we'll be having the following. So we'll be having an arrow function, and then inside here we'll be having an object whereby we'll be executing different things here, whereby this function is accepting res, that is the response from that is upload complete. So here what we can do, we can just, after the user have uploaded the image, you can set the URL, that is the URL. We can set the URL with the image that have been uploaded. So we can say res dot, so we can have question mark because we are not sure it is there yet. You can say response question mark dot, then you can have that is square bracket, whereby you would like to select the first image. Okay, so since also this drop zone can allow users to upload multiple images, but basically I would like to select only the first image, but basically also remember when we head over, that is, I think it is core here, you can see here we have also said that the image should be the number of images that should be uploaded is only one image. So basically we are safe, and basically we also know that we basically have only one image uploaded. Okay, and then lastly we can have the URL. Okay, and then I would also like to push the user that is to the lenses route. So we can say router dot push then we can have dynamic template, whereby we can say stroke lenses. Okay, and then we can have question mark, that is question mark, then we can have the query equals to, then we can have dynamic, that is dynamic string. Okay, whereby now we can just have basically this part here, that is the URL of the image that have been uploaded. Okay, so basically also what you can also do, I think for me it had a bit of a delay while using this function. Okay, since now we have the URL right here, we can also be able also to use this function to push the user. Okay, so we can also have const we can also have that is the on submit, and then here we can just have on submit. Okay, like so. So you shouldn't be able to we shouldn't be executing it. Okay, you should be leaving as it is. Okay, but I can leave it right there at the last stage right there, and then we can save. Now I believe we should be having the upload drop zone right here. Close this one, open it. So okay, it is much bigger than expected. So let me finish this part here first, then we can fix this issue right now. Okay, so here we can have on upload, that is error. If we have an error, we should also be wary of this. If we have an error then of type error, okay, then we should be able to console log the error. So we can say console.log. okay, then we can say can say error. Okay, and then now we can save. So and our form here, I think we are having everything as it should. Okay, so let me see under our, that is upload from our lib here. So that is from our lib. I should check if I have uploaded the I have the same input, that is generate upload button. Okay, and also generate upload drop zone, and then here we can also have, and then here we have the call. So that is upload button equals to generate upload button. Okay, so it is okay. So for me earlier it worked as it is. So basically I don't know what the issue is. So let me just pause the video, then I just share with you how I fixed the issue. Okay, so now I know how to fix the issue. Basically on our finished product here, you can see the styling is a bit different here. So basically let me close this one. You can see the styling here is a bit different. So basically what we like to do now, I try to find how I could style it, but basically I remember that on our documentation here we had this styling here. So add uploading style. So basically for a button here, you can add it this way, whereby you can wrap your config, that is your Tailwind config with this that is default with config here, or you can just basically not use just the Tailwind config and just use the normal CSS. So what you can do is you can just copy this CSS here, okay, like so, and then head over. So basically since it is an import, you can have it here and it will absolutely work. Okay, but I would like to have it on my layout, that is under our app. Here we have this layout. Okay, so I would like to have my my styles here. Okay, so now by saving that, now you should be able to see this styling change. So okay, now you can see the styles, but here you can see here we basically here you can see we have a button, but on our finished version here we don't have a button. Okay, so so now you can that brings a bit of an issue for our footer. Here you can see it is not on the bottom of our screen. So to make it be on the bottom of our screen, you can close this part here and then head over to footer. Under footer here, I would like to remove absolute, and also we can replace it with fixed. Okay, Now our footer should basically be on the foot of our on the bottom, all on the foot of our page. Okay, so now you can see it is on the bottom of our page. Okay, so now even when you scroll, basically it is on the bottom of our page. Okay, so now I would like to try this part here, whereby I would like to try to upload an image. So basically I just choose one image here. So let me bring this here. So basically I just head over to try to upload this image here. Okay, so now we have that one image, and then now we can try to upload it. So here we have the percentage, and also here on our terminal here, basically here you can see the upload dev server is now running. So basically you can see it have finished installing, and basically now we have the image. Okay, and now we are being pushed over to to the lenses, that is stroke lenses, and also here we have the URL. So now now here we have the that is the lenses page. Okay, so now basically everything about lenses now is working. So basically on the next part of the video we'll be working on our that is on our lenses page. So basically let me meet on that part of the video. So now we can continue. Basically now what we can do now, we can work on our that is on our Google Lens. So here what you can do now, I have already searched for that is the Google Lens, that is Google Lenses. So basically we'll be using this API here, basically Google Lenses image. Okay, click on it like so. So I have just clicked on it as so. So the first thing as always is to subscribe. So we would like to subscribe to this API right here. So here you can just subscribe so that we can test it. So basically here we only have 20 hard limits. So basically you can subscribe to that is enough for us, and then subscribe. Okay, and then here we can head over to our endpoint here, and then we can just copy the snippet, that is the code snippet, to fetch the information or to fetch the images. So basically just copy it as so, and then we can head over here. So I just hide my terminal and then close everything. Okay, then here we just collapse everything. Then under our APIs here you can create a new file whereby we can just name it lenses. Okay, that is .tsx, and then now we can have RAFCE. Maybe we can just have the first thing, which is user server. Okay, that is use server, sorry, not user, and then import Axios. Okay, coming from Axios. Okay, and then now we can have our function whereby you can just say export const lenses. Okay, whereby then we can have an arrow function. Okay, like so, and then you can mark this as syncric function. So our function is a syncric function. Then inside here is whereby you can have the snippet of our code. So let me hide my sidebar and minimize a bit. So now you can see our code, the whole of our code. So basically what I like us to do is just remove this part here. Okay, now we'll be using this import right here, and then what I would like also to change, I would like also not change, but basically to also basically to update it here, whereby I would like to return the data. So that is return, that is okay, that is basically this data here. Okay, and then here we can just have return data. Okay, that is the response.data. So now I like also to close this one since we are done with it as it is, and then we can also collapse everything. So let me zoom in a bit, and then we can head over to app, then lenses, and under lenses we'll be working on lenses page. So let me hide my sidebar. So the first thing would be to fetch the information. So basically when you come here, you can see we have the image. So there is the image. So there is the URL image. So basically now here we can start by marking this as sign-click function. So here I missed an S, and then here also we can receive the search params. So search param which is of type, let's see, of type object. Okay, and then this object will this object will have the queue, which can also be undefined as well as can be a string. Okay, and then after that now we can just console.log just to make sure we have the search params. So basically we know we have the search params. Okay, and then here now we can have a const that is a const. Okay, so now here you can see we have the search param whereby it is our image. Okay, now we can comment on it like so, and then here we can have just the results. Okay, whereby, or we can just have the response, and then we can say await. Now we can say lenses coming from actions. Okay, and then we can so under lenses here I forgot to make sure that we have the we receive an object right here. So basically we'll be receiving an object which is the URL, which will be of type string. Okay, and then here you can see we have the query URL. So basically here we should be having an image. So basically change this one to okay, so let me have it in one line. So here you can have the URL. Okay, and then you can save it, and then here now we can pass the search params. Okay, so that is the search params. Okay, dot q, like so. So under lenses also you need to make sure that also it can be that is also can be undefined as so. So here we also need to console log this part so that we know we have the data. And then here I would like also to console log that I have the so that I have the results. Okay, that is the results. Sorry, that is the result. So now let's see. So here we have the image. Now we should see if we have the that is the response. So now here we have the response. So basically here we have the response. That is basically that is the query URL. We also have the platform, that is Google Lens, and then also we have the page URL, we have the image URL, and also we have the title. Okay, so these are the same things. Google Lens, the same thing. So now we can hide our terminal. So also here when you come here, you should be able to see that our that is our object that is inside our array basically are in a data. Okay, so now we can copy the data and make sure now we have the data. So now we should be having the data that is response.data. Okay, so now here you can see we have that is the data that is basically an array. Okay, so when you used we cannot be able to use it as we had earlier because that is result is not an array. Okay, so let's now comment on this part here. Sorry, right there. So now inside here we can start by having a header. So basically open our sidebar. Sorry, you can also have a new file, but we have it soon enough. Basically here we can head over to our component here, and then open create a new file that will be the lenses. Okay, And then here we can just drag and drop our file upload inside here, like so, since it is also working on our lenses. Okay, and then inside here you can create a header, that is a header .tsx, and then here you can have RAFCE. So okay, so don't worry about the error that we had earlier. Basically it will just resolve itself. That is because when you let me open something simple on our sidebar. On our pages here, we use it on search form. Okay, we use it on search form, but basically we use it using our layers, that is our layers. Okay, so basically that means whenever we update our, that is file upload, basically it will just update itself and save itself. That is why I use it as an alias instead of having the normal import. Okay, and then here now what I can do is just import our component, which is the header. So we have two headers, so we need to make sure we are having our header from lenses. So just give it a moment to load. Okay, so make sure you're having it from our lenses, not but not from, that is component stroke header. So I have it as so, and then after that I would like also to have a div. So basically this div, you can say class name will be in flex, and then here we can have a div, and then inside here we'll be having a h2. So this h2 will be just saying something very simple, basically, which is just Google Lens. Okay, so like so, Google Lens, like so, and then after that we'll be having an image. So it will be a dynamic image, which will be our which will be search params. Okay, dot query. Okay, like so, and here maybe we can just have it posts underscore image, like so. Now we can start by styling our first div here, whereby we'll be having class name, then we'll be having a width of 20%, 40%, like so, and then on dark devices, so let's have a custom width, whereby we'll be having a sorry, not custom width but custom color, whereby it will be hash 30, 31, 34. Okay, and then we'll be having on light will be having a custom bg also, and then will be capital F, that is 6 of them. Okay, that way. Okay, and then we can continue and have a padding of 10, and then second last we can have the height, which should be of 91 VH, that is 9 VH less of the screen height. Okay, and then also will be fixed. So now you can save that part so that we can see the changes right there. And then for our image here, so now here you can see we have the header, we have the Google Lens, and then also we have the image. So we can start by styling the image, whereby we can have the class name, and then here we can have rounded, that is LG, and then you can continue and also have flex, that is item center, justify center, and then maybe that is enough. And then you can save, and then now we can style our h2, whereby we'll be just saying flex, justify center, item center, and then also we'll be having a padding of 4, and then I will be having a text of Excel, and then to continue we'll be also having on medium devices a bigger text, that is a bigger text of text Excel of 2 Excel, and then font of bold. then you can save. Okay, so after this div is whereby we'll be having our response, our results. Okay, all our response. Okay, so open our sidebar here. So this is why I had a new folder, because you're going to have 3 files inside here. So now we can have everything concerning lenses inside here. Also we can have the results. Okay, that is the results. So basically we also have the results here. So here we can just say something like lenses results. Okay, lenses result.tsx. okay, then here we can just have arrayfce, then here can just remove it. So here I think for this height we can give it the whole of the of our screen height. Basically think it would be much better. Okay, maybe it will be much better when we give it the h of full. I don't know. Now I think it is much better this way, that is h full. Okay, you can have that change, or if you like it, you had liked it the way it was, you can just leave it as the way it was. Now here what we can do is just have our result, our lenses results. Okay, coming from that is our components. So basically we should be having those 3 imports, and then now you can just save. Okay, now here on the right here we should be having the sorry, you cannot be able to see that is the lenses here, because we have fixed we have some fixed this div here. So this div here is basically fixed, so basically you cannot be able to see anything. You basically need to have a margin left, that is a margin left of this 40%. Okay, so now we can head over. Maybe you can start by having by styling the header. Basically I think the header will be much better if we start with the header. So basically the header we'll start by marking it as use client, and so that is client. Then maybe you can have the following imports, that is you can have it as use state. Okay, and then last we'll be having some icons. So we'll be having 2 icons. So basically let me just copy them. There they are. And then we also will be having the import link coming from next link, so. And then we can also import another one here, whereby we'll be using the theme. So we can import the theme coming from our components. So here we can change this one to using the alias. So basically you can say stroke, that is the alias. Then you can say at stroke components so stroke theme. Okay, and then we can also have that is the file upload. There it is. So this one we can just change it to using the alias. Okay, so whenever we change it, we'll know when we are changing it. So let me see, file upload. So basically file is upload is basically under lenses here, so you can have it there, and then you can have stroke. Then here you have the file upload. There it is. Okay, and then here we can have a use state, whereby you can say square bracket, then you can say modal. Basically you can have show modal or something, but here just say set modal. And then here we can say equals to use state. So basically we'll be using the use state as we have imported it. Then initial is going to be false. Okay, and then here now we can start by designing our header. So we can change this one to a header tag. and then here we can just remove this here. So here it didn't finish to update, so you can have it as header tag there. And then here will be first thing we'll be having is the link, and then we'll be having href, that is href of stroke, that is forward stroke, like so. Then inside here we'll be having something like Google. Okay, and then here you can start by having the class name, whereby will be flex justify, that is justify between. Then also we'll be having item center, and then also will be sticky. It will be sticky. Then also when you have sticky, you must also have top 0, and then basically it is also important to have that is z of 40 or maybe 30, so wherever you feel is okay, so to make sure it is on top of everything. And then we should be having a color that is dark. Under dark theme we should be having bg, then custom color hash 20 21 24, and then sorry, under light theme we should be having custom color also, that is hash that is 6 f's, so basically it is white. And then after that, those colors, then we can have padding of 2, padding bottom and padding top of 2, so basically that is y. Okay, padding y, so that is padding bottom and padding top of 2. So that is, instead of rewriting padding bottom and padding bottom, so that is padding bottom and padding top. Okay, and then you can have shadow md, that is okay. Then you can maybe save and see what you will have. Then after that we'll be having class name for our link, whereby on medium devices we'll be having text of Excel, that is maybe something like 4 Excel, and then on smaller ones we'll be having 3 Excel. Okay, and then also we can continue and have item center. Okay, and then margin left of 4. And then after this link, now we can have the modal, whereby we'll be saying if the modal is true, so then we use the AND operator. Then inside here is whereby we are going to have the modal. So then the first thing we'll be having is the div, and then inside this div, as usual, we'll be having another div, and then this div is whereby we are going to have our file, that is a file modal, sorry, that is a file upload. And then also it is expecting set modal, whereby it will be having set modal. Okay, so now TypeScript cannot complain. So basically then we can start by designing the first div, whereby we'll be having shadow, that is shadow, I think shadow of 2 Excel, and then also will be relative. And then after that we can start styling the second div, whereby we'll be having absolute, and then also we'll be having margin top of something like 10. Okay, and then SM on small medium devices we'll be having custom width, that is custom width of custom width of something like 450 px. And then after that we'll be having on large devices some custom width also of 800 px. Okay, I think that one is okay. And then now we can have, so after that modal here we'll be having a div, whereby we'll be having the following. The first thing will be the button, so the button, there it is. And then in here you can say upload, and then after that we'll be having the theme, so sorry, after that button we'll be having the theme, that is the theme. Okay, the theme is not expecting any props. And then after that be having that is the an icon, whereby it will be having the TB grid, sorry, that is grid dots. Okay, and then we'll be having some class name for that one, which will be height of 7 and a width of 7. And then lastly, we'll be having just a simple image. Okay, that is our favicon. So basically I just copied the image. Basically it is this image here, basically the favicon, that is stroke favicon, whereby we changed it to, so let me collapse everything. Then under our app here we had this favicon, whereby we converted it to our own that is Google clone. And then here we have alt, whereby we can just say logo. And then here we have that is margin right of 4 and basically rounded full. So basically you can see what they do, and then height of 7 and width of 7. So you can save that part. And then here you can start by styling this div here. So the div that we have all of these here, basically we like to have them in a flex. So that is basically have them in a flex. Then also we should have item center, and then basically have a gap of 5. Okay, then save. And then now we can have the style for our button. So before we style it, basically here, let's have it this way. So here you can see, and then here you have the image. Okay, now here you can also be able to set the to have a modal right there. Okay, so here for our sidebar here, I believe that color didn't work as expected. So here we have white. So basically you can hover on it, here it is, and then maybe you can have something like that. Okay, so you can choose any color right there. So basically hover on it and choose just a color that is close to light. Okay, whereby you can be able to see this difference right here. Also you can just decrease it by just going upwards right there. Then you can also be able to see just a bit of a difference right here. Okay, so we can continue with our header here. And then so here for our button here, I would also like to have an icon here just before the upload name, whereby I would like it to be ri upload, that is upload align. Then give it the following classes, whereby it is just height of 6. So that is height of 6 and a width of 6. Okay, and that is it. And then for this button here, you can start by giving it flex, item center, and then also we'll be having text lg, and then also we can continue and say font media semi-bold, sorry, and then a gap of 4. And then to continue, we can have padding of 4, and then we can have some colors, whereby on dark theme we'll be having hover, that is bg custom bg of hash 30, 31, 34. And then on hover, that is on light theme, we'll be having bg slate 100. Okay, and then we'll be having rounded lg. Then you can save. Okay, and then last 3 here we can have an on click, sorry, not on load but on click. Okay, whereby now we can have an arrow function to set the modal to true, set modal to true. Okay, so here now you can see on hover, and then maybe you can change it to dark theme. Now you can see on hover. Okay, now you can be able to set the modal to true. Okay, so there it is. So now here you can be able to upload the image, and also you can see now on mobile devices. Now you can see. Okay, So here also you can maybe have it margin right of maybe something like maybe 5. I don't know if it is margin right or negative margin right, something of sort. So let's see. So let's see here. Just like to move it to the left, that is to the left a bit. So maybe okay, that is to the right. I'm moving to the right instead of to the left. Okay, so here should be having margin right, margin left of 2. Basically we would like to move it to onto this side of the image here. Okay, so make sure that is the black the points are around by that is Tailwind too, so that it can be able to work. So so now it is okay. So I just gave it a negative margin of 20, and then now you can see here it is now you can see it is working. So basically that is it. So you can also maybe you can also move it to something like, let me see, something like double of that. Okay, and then maybe it can be close to the center here. Okay, I think that one is much better. Okay, and then now we can close it. So now we can have our images right here. So just close the header here, and then also close my lens. Then we'll be left with this that is the page and the lenses. Okay, so for the lenses results here, the first thing I would like to do is just accept the prop that will be the results, which will be of type results, should be of type results. Okay, it should be of type result, an array. So since we have so now so let me see the issues here. So we haven't hit the limit, but it's okay. Me just scroll upwards. So let me just write them here. So basically I would like to have the props, the results prop. So here you can say, you can start by saying interface, then we can have lenses results, and then here we can have an object whereby we'll start by having page underscore URL, and then here we can have it as string, and then here we can just duplicate it and also have it as image URL and duplicate it lastly, and also here we can have just the title. Okay, and then here we can just have lenses result. So, and then now we can accept the prop here where it will be results, and then here you can say results so that our function dot data. Okay, so remember here is how we console log the value. Okay, now you can save, and then under our lenses here I can change this one to masonry. So don't worry about the issue right there. And then lastly, before I forget, I'd like to convert this to use grant. Use grant, okay, use grant less so. And then this one here is accepting a few things. So the breakpoints, okay, so they are the same breakpoint that we used earlier. So you can head over to that is images here. So you can just copy these ones, okay, copy those ones right there. And then what you can do, you can have them here, okay, not there, okay, it is there. I don't know why I'm confusing myself. So right there you can have the breakpoint, and then here you can pass the breakpoint, and then here you can say breakpoint column, there. And then also it is expecting class name, whereby we'll be having flex, and also we'll be having mx of 4, and then also very importantly we'll be having before the most important part, we can have a gap of 4, and then most importantly we can also have the very width. So sorry for that, can have the width, that is will be width of 60%, and then very important also we have the custom margin left, which will be 41%. So remember here we had this part here having a width of 40%. So basically we are having 41 together with the gap between the two. So what you can do here, basically since you are getting this issue here, basically refresh the page, and also by the way it is also refreshing itself. So you can continue here, so we can continue and remove the lenses result, and now here we can map over the result. So here you can say result dot map. So it's still getting the issue, so refresh it so that it can refresh the our response, okay. And then here we can have the results. So dot map, sorry, the result. Then here you can have the result inside here, okay. So the first one will be the link, okay, the link coming from that is next link. It will be a tag, still you are getting the issue, but don't worry, this tag here is expecting the following. So here it should be results, not result, okay. And then here it is expecting href, which will be results dot page URL, okay. And then inside here we'll be having the image. So we are not using the Next.js image because these URL are different, and we very different whenever you refresh the page and whenever the user has a new query. Basically there are a lot of domains, domain name, basically we cannot have all of them on our next config, okay. So we are just using this image, okay. Then we have the result dot, that is dot image URL, and then you can just say post underscore image. And then here we can have class name, whereby now here we can just say rounded LG, okay. Rounded rounded LG, and they also have a width of full SO, okay. And then lastly, after this image here, you can have that is the p tag, whereby you can have our title, can have results dot title, okay. And then you can give the title some class name also, which will be line clamp of 1, and then margin top of 1, and then so that we have margin top of 1 and margin bottom of 4. Then we can save. So here we can have the key for our link. You can also give it the key, which should be result dot post, Okay, and then also you can give it some class name, which will have just with auto, and then also you can have gap of 4. So save that part. So here you are still getting the issue, undefined. So you have extended the monthly limit. So basically I have just hit the monthly limit. So here is the issue. Basically I have just exceeded the monthly quote for the result of your of your current plan. Basically upgrade your plan at so basically I have hit that limit. So basically what I'll do, I will get the keys using another account, and then I will continue from there. So let me pause the video and get those values. Okay, so now basically I have just updated my that is my header here. So basically, and then I have just saved. Now you can see everything is working as needed. So here we got the search of our value. So basically you can try this a few more times. Basically remember you have less input. Basically what you can do now, since basically we we have an issue with the limit, basically we can try one more and then we can continue from there. Okay, so copy, that is copy image address. Okay, then here we can try to use this part here. So here let's see if it is started with the HTTP, then we can search. So just give it a moment. So now you can see you have the new search. Basically this is very important that you try it and make sure it works. So on the next part of the video, basically what we'll be doing now is basically just deploying a project basically, and that will make us very much will make us very much happy because we'll be done with the project. Okay, so let's continue from there. So now let us deploy our project. So basically to deploy a project, we should head over to GitHub. So the first thing we should do is create a new repo. Can do it here or here. Create a new repo. Okay, and click it once more. Okay, that one is not working, so click here. Okay, so the other button right there. So I just give it the name, that is Next.js 14 Google, that is Google plus lenses clone. Okay, then also I just give it the description, that is this one here, that will be Next.js Tailwind RapidApi and Uploadthing. Okay, and then it will be public, and then just create repo. Okay, so the first thing I would like to do is first initialize our that is our Git, or maybe initialize our project. So basically I don't want to copy the whole of the thing because there is an issue here whereby I would just like to add everything instead of adding just readme. Okay, so the first thing is just initialize our Git here, and then now we can also instead of just adding the that is the readme, what we can do, we can say git add, then you can say dot, so that we can add everything that we have in, or we can add so let me just show you. So we can add everything except the grade file and folders. Okay, so just hit enter. So now after that you can just clear the terminal, and then you can head back here. Now you can just copy the others. Okay, just copy them and then just paste them, just say paste. Okay, and then last three, just hit enter for the last command to execute. Okay, now it is done. You can see here it have just pushed everything to our URL right here. So when you head here onto this git repo here, when you refresh, you should be having the code now. Okay, so now we are done with that part right there. So now we need to create a new project under our Vercel. So you can head over to your right side here and then just say project. Okay, new project. Okay, so just let it load. So here you have the new project. So if you have a lot, you can just search, and then here we'll choose this one which you have just pushed to our GitHub. So you should make sure also your GitHub and Vercel have connected successfully, so that you can also be able to see everything right here. So you can see this one is public, the others are private. So basically here you can just import. Okay, so I just give it the name. We change just the name of this one, whereby I just say GitHub lenses clone. Okay, so that I can get this domain name, but I will also show you how to change the domain name. Okay, so I also have some environment variable I would also like to add. So head over to your project, head over to that is .env.local, copy everything, and then head over back here and then just paste everything like that. So now you should be having these two. So now everything looks perfect. So now we can just hit deploy. So this should take just 1 minute and a half, maybe, and so let's just give it time to do it then. Okay, so now it is done. So now you can just maybe you can also click on this one to be redirected to a different to the page, to your page basically. So now you can also see the home page. So you can just click continue to dashboard, so that we can see the URL perfectly. So here you can see the URL. Basically I didn't get the URL that I wanted, so you can click this one to visit the page, or this one right here. So but I don't like this long URL, so basically I would like to change that. Head over to settings, and then under settings here you should head over to domain. So let me zoom in a bit. So you should head over to domain right here. So that is under settings. Okay, under settings, then domains, then here you can click edit. Okay, so under edit here I would like to give it the name that is Google clone, that is Google Lenses clone. Okay, and then just hit save. So the name is already taken, so maybe you can just say Google Lenses clone. Then I will just give it maybe something like maybe I just have a dash here like that. Maybe I can have that one, Google Lenses clone. Okay, so now we have the URL. So can hit so I have just clicked the link here. So now everything works. So I would like just to search for something like Google and then hit search. So since it is the first time, to just take a second to be redirected to this page right here. So now you can see everything is working. So also you can try to upload. So let me upload another image right here. So pictures or maybe videos, and then here I just have this image here, and then hit upload. Okay, so now we have the URL. Now we should be redirected to our lenses page. So here it is. So now here we have the images, and also we have our result. So everything works as it should. And then now here you can also be able to open this part here. Okay, so great work. So let's meet on the next video, and make sure you like the video and also subscribe to the channel.